I lied. We're gonna start for Phoenix Wright in a second, but first, we're gonna check out some cool stuff because that's how you tune into WoolieVersus. You might find yourself trapped in some fighting games.
And we're gonna shove it down your throat.
Allow me to introduce your glorious champions, the Fighting Avengers.
Oh,
the
good team.
Unbreakable X-Men.
Good team.
Oh,
The Amazing Guardians.
Good
The
team.
Knights of Doom.
Sickest team.
they're in an alleyway.
And
Can't even see them.
Stay out of my face, lady! You mess with the Ghost Rider, you'll end up!
Yeah, okay.
All skill, no blood!
Ravi's cool,
Hey, Vamp,
as we
how
saw.
about some help
And no
here?
parking though.
This quick.
Blade!
Wesley.
Don't blink.
Oh,
Look at the range!
Weapons hot.
Wielding the Muramasa, by the way.
Stops the Muramasa blade.
all right.
Close your eyes.
Big Nagoriyuki energy.
Over.
They say I'm a legend.
Yo.
But I am also a ghost!
Oh my God.
Trickster.
I've saved
Yeah.
Asgard more times than I have threatened it. Honestly. No.
Teleports, mix-ups, I'm hoping more deception. Uh-huh.
Really? You dislike my prattling tongue, beast? You will not survive.
My
Is this not
Rage
easier?
quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Let me
Oh
check out
my
And
God.
no.
And now time resumes.
Oh my
With the right voice.
FGC's favorite. How's this pose?
Jacko.
Jacko.
I love it when you
Yoshimitsu.
Scorpion.
Hey, chat.
Get over
somebody
here.
flip that.
That was a bit Dante like.
Yes.
Foot
Dive,
dive.
foot dive. Random bullshit go. Johnny Cage.
Wait. There's something else we should do. I remember. Enter the Midnight Samurai
No.
Outriders. Oh, we're cooking now.
Break that fourth wall, baby.
Get 'em!
So apparently,
Shadows.
One does not cross a frost sight.
Everyone, get ready.
that is a great final team.
This.
For the final reveal,
All out attack.
So let's save
Power
that.
of Jotunheim.
Hell is coming for you.
Yeah, okay.
excellent final team.
That's a roster, baby. That's a roster.
This isn't it.
Post beta, huh? Oh, crossplay!
Crossplay confirmed. There you go.
Let's go.
Very nice. Very nice. That was a sick drop. For
Trying their
Evo, as
best
far
to
as
get out there, you know.
Mhm. Not everyone had an announcement. That was a really hype one for sure. I don't know why it, like, in retrospect, looking at how I feel like you can look at Marvel Rivals picks for like feeling the pulse.
Yeah.
You can get a feel for how people are excited about, you know, characters based on their reveals and Rivals. But like, I just wasn't thinking about Blade.
I did not expect that at all.
I don't know why I wasn't thinking about Blade, but like that's a really kind of slam dunk.
Like, were they working on the Blade thing to come back at some point?
There were
or-
Mahershala Ali's Blade has been in development hell for the last like 10 years,
Aha.
so that was a problem. But outside of but they're not. This is not really. They're not. I don't think they're in the Marvel is not no longer the Marvel that's forcing MCU based property tie-ins with their character choices.
Yeah.
That was many years ago, and Tokon is doing whatever it wants, and it doesn't seem like Marvel is forcing tie-ins in any way, shape, or form. Everything is just 100% based on who's a good fit, what do people want, who's interesting, who do you not know that you would want.
Mhm.
Danger, okay, cool, let's grab it.
Let's put it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know why I just wasn't thinking about it. But Blade's great. That's a super
sick pick.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so the lore, according to the page, is that Blade, he's got the Muramasa blade, so he's fully weeabooed up, right? He's studied the blade and it turns red and all that shit. And with Deadpool, he found a like strategy guide for fighting games in the by breaking the fourth wall. and so now he's making references to every other fighting game
Anything he wants, yeah.
in order to maximize the appeal of the current game that he's in. So there it is, right?
Deadpool can do it, man.
Yeah, and look, like I really thought he had a fun appearance in Marvel 3. You know, like have gun will shoot, but like this just going all out, like, hey FGC, hi, this one's for you. Run it,
Even with the rage quit in.
run it. Why not? That's a lot of fun.
Wow.
And it's pretty interesting because like I did see, you know, something Max pointed out as well yesterday was that so they that just dropped, and then we got to take a look at the Robokai moveset,
Oh, okay.
right? And they just break it down, and Robokai seemed so wacky for 2 seconds, and then Deadpool showed up, and now Robokai's like, oh, he's kind of quirky, I guess.
A little bit.
He's a little weird. You know, but like not at all anywhere near the level of like he's doing the Jacko pose.
Yep.
Yeah.
You recognize that pose, you know?
So good stuff there. That's a really, really solid final roster. And with that, the whole game rounds out to 20 characters. So you're getting the new stage as well, which is Asgard.
Mhm.
And yeah, we'll see what they do about the stage the stage shifting, because if they're changing everything, or if like there was a lot of complaints about the wall transitions beforehand,
Okay.
so they made it so that there's not as many transitions, but a lot of these stages were designed to see
The other
to
part.
get dusted into wall to wall to wall. So if you're not going to see it as much, kind of like with Guilty Gear, does it make sense to design it that way? You know, would people rather it just be like the X Mansion where there are no breaking walls? I don't know, but they've described like Asgard is going to have these. So, and
Ready
then
to travel.
yeah, that was a pretty exciting. So now it's just fingers crossed that the improvements we saw are truly like it, you know? Yeah, there we go. There's your final roster.
That's a pretty good roster. And place for DLCs, you know?
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so 20 characters, good place to start, you know? The fact that you're picking 4 at a time means you're going to see them a lot. And one issue has always been real, which is the 3v3 games, you run through the roster faster. Right? The bigger the team size, the more you get used to seeing the characters.
Yeah.
So the less it feels like it lasts. You know, I wonder if that's going to feel accelerated by having it like this now, because another way of looking at this is there are 5 teams. Right? That's not accurate, but like the perception of like there are 5 groups of characters,
The perception of it.
of that. So I'm like,
At quick glance.
yeah, I wonder how that's gonna feel. I know that with Marvel Vanilla, kind of it didn't even have a second to breathe before they dropped Ultimate. But with Skullgirls and with Dragon Ball, you know, early on, I do feel like you started to feel that roster size really quickly. Do you agree?
It might be a bit scary. The game does say you can play with one character. I expect at higher level it's gonna be better to switch and use like every character. At 20, it might be surprising actually, I think we might see a little bit of like, oh, okay, these 2 characters, a lot of people are playing them, and then you got 2 oddballs on the team to make it different. And I hope that it changes like the synergy of the team as well, to make it like varied.
Yeah.
Because if it's like the same all over the place and the same kind of combos, then yeah, it might get stale a bit fast.
One thing's for sure is so it is true that the system is different in that you don't have to tag. You can just stick to your main character the whole time.
Yeah.
And anyone who doesn't want to is probably not going to switch characters. I can see a whole lot of people that say, I don't mesh with tag games. It's too much going on. I'd rather keep it simple. I'm going to stick to my. And there's, you know, a whole lot of discussion about like how the difference between that versus a game where you must see all three characters. I know that one of the recent discussions they've been having is that the damage has gone, or the damage scaling, you will do more damage by tagging to your older characters in the middle of your combos.
Right.
So that is something where, you know, I think splitting the difference between, let's say you're a beginner and you kind of just are like happy to just press buttons and stick with that one thing. You don't really care about necessarily the output per se. You're playing your one character, playing a Spider-Man the whole time is more important to you than like winning.
Yeah.
So you will just play a Spider-Man. But then I think, you know, once you get a little bit more intermediate or so, or even a beginner advanced, I definitely expect people are going to be like, yo, I want to fucking tag to my partner and use the whole system that I have. And, you know, even if it means then I'll switch back to my partner, to my main, I'll do that. But like the game is definitely trying to incentivize you to cycle,
switch and change
and
tag and assemble.
Yeah, because admittedly, it would be a bad idea to make a game where you had the option, but then you had no reason to. I don't think that's a good design.
No, for sure.
You know, they didn't want you to just pick one strong character with no assists. They could have had the choice to do that, and instead they discussed in the interviews that they're like, no, we wanted a crazy Marvel feeling game all about assembly. You know, so ultimately they do want you to like use your team and assemble them and all that stuff. The goal is not necessarily for you to not learn how to use anybody, but it is a passive benefit of this. But yeah, I hope the only thing I'll say is like in Loki's footage we saw a lot of like spell casting and stuff. We saw like 1 or 2 teleports. I hope there's more tricksterism to show for him, because that's what the character should be about.
Yeah, we saw a little bit, just a tiny little bit.
Little teleports, little cross up here, you know.
A few sword swings here and there.
And I certainly hope that there's more to it that like confuses the opponent, or who I don't know, you know, maybe like calls out you, maybe becomes one of your assists, you know, or something. Like maybe there's something to like the fact that this is a game with a lot of people jumping out on screen, and Loki can use the fact that that's confusing to trick you.
I'm cooked.
Maybe he can jump in as one of your partners, but then actually attack you instead, or something. Like, I didn't summon Danger, what? And then she hits you, or you know what I mean? Like maybe there's something you can do that's fun. I hope so.
Good cast, a lot of good returning, and plenty of good new stuff that people were expecting and hoping for. Do you have a pick already, like first 4 characters that you will try?
Blade Magic are a lock.
Magic and Blade.
Blade Magic is a lock. And then after that, it could go a couple ways. Hulk is always a fave. You know, just on childhood vibes. Carnage, I've wanted Carnage to be a character for a long time, so that could be interesting. Danger could be interesting. Star-Lord I still think is really cool. It's a little bit like I know what he does now, so you know I could go back to that. Yeah, I could go back to Star-Lord, and I still like the Dante vibes from Star-Lord. But I could do like Magic, Star-Lord, Hulk, Blade. I could see that being possible.
Magic, Star-Lord, Hulk, Blade. Okay.
And I'll have to see what Danger feels like as well, because she's interesting.
Seems weird with like the projectiles and things. Yeah,
maybe there. And then Carnage and Doom are also possibilities. Doom is just pure aura and vibes. He's just super sick.
Yeah.
I like his targeting laser. Seems like it's has good application, but in terms of just like playing neutral and having fun with it, those are the ones I'm looking at. What about you?
I want to mess with Carnage a little bit. Green Goblin as well. I don't want to say the whole Knights of Doom though, because Magnus
just run the villain team.
Just run the villain.
Just run the villain team. Just say you want to run the villain team.
I kind of want to try all 4 of the Knights of Doom, honestly.
Yeah.
But to know if I'm gonna like put them in a team, we'll see about that.
Watching Magneto play, I mean, it's super cool.
Mm-hmm.
The magnetism aspect of like the fact of you know, him getting buffs off of like the floating
Yeah.
metal in the air and stuff is sick. Not my style, but I think it looks pretty.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool and different from like before, like previous renditions of Magneto. You know, Deadpool seems pretty fun as well.
That definitely is a possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a wild card. You can go any way with that.
And yeah, I'm a sucker for Storm and Wolverine, even though I don't really play them in games.
Okay.
I kind of want to like see how it goes. Like Wolverine seems really, really cool.
Yeah, I know that I'm gonna be like you're gonna be fighting a lot of Wolverine and Spider-Man.
Yeah, yeah,
this
yeah.
game,
That's
so
for sure.
I don't need to contribute to the army. I'm okay to I'm okay to play around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but that's cool. That's cool. Yep.
For that.
And
is the open beta at the same day of something?
2 days after Tokon. No, sorry. Avatar.
Okay.
I think the Avatar launch is the same week.
Damn. That's toxic.
This is fighting games.
That's toxic.
This is what happens. This is unfortunately what happens.
Oh.
Yeah. No way around it. Just got to get used to it. So the RoboKai stuff. Did you?
I did not see the breakdown.
The mechanics.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the mechanics. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Again, we're coming to it after the fact. And I find it's a little tame, but ultimately it is the RoboKai identity, though it's been changed somewhat.
Needs to strive it up. All right. Look at that smile. Pearly whites.
Very strong.
RoboKai can trip up opponents with his many tricky moves. Gain an advantage
Okay,
in
you
battle
see the gauge
by
now.
enhancing
Roll the carpet.
his special moves using his unique meter. Electric gauge. Certain actions increase or decrease the electric
So he
gauge.
gets 2 bars now.
There are 3 levels within the electric gauge, with RoboKai's special moves becoming more powerful as the level increases.
Without overheat
Okay.
from before.
Sets up a mat on the ground in front of RoboKai.
Gimmicky.
The electric gauge increases while he is on top of the mat.
All right.
Use
Just like
this
you used
after
to.
landing a knockdown or when you are far from the opponent to charge up the electric gauge.
Yeah.
A distraction move is what I
Junkie
call
bargain.
that. Something that your character has to do while they're fighting,
Unleashes a
aside from
projectile
fighting.
forward. Expends electric
Junkie
gauge
bargain.
upon activation. When the electric gauge
Rocket
is
punch.
at or above level 2, it will track to the opponent's position to an extent. At level
Oh.
3, the attack becomes more powerful, unleashing additional projectiles.
Multi-rocket tracking punch.
It can come in handy in different situations.
But you don't get infinite.
Acting as a poke from long range or as part of a combo in the corner.
Yeah, okay.
It's effective
Kaizen
zoning,
Blitz.
though.
A forward lunging attack. Expends electric gauge upon activation. Automatically triggers a follow-up attack on hit. When the electric gauge is at or below level 2, it charges up the electric gauge. When the electric gauge is at level 3, it does not charge the electric gauge, but performs a powerful follow-up attack that knocks the opponent down.
I'm surprised how short the
Sparky
range
sur-
of the swords are.
Yeah, it's tiny swords.
They're
Huh?
really tiny swords. For a dual-wielding character, you'd expect some big old whoosh. And he ain't doing that at all. Everything's real stubby.
Prize. A throw move, shocking the opponent with powerful electricity. Charges the electric gauge on hit. Although it can't be blocked,
Big
it will whiff unless
electric
you are
gain.
very close to the opponent and leaves you wide open.
Don't
Very
get
short
bit.
range.
Lucky Launcher. An attack that sends the opponent flying up. Expends electric gauge upon activation.
How's that not a normal?
When the electric gauge is at or above
How is that
level
not a
2,
normal?
You can land additional attacks on the opponent after they are launched.
That's so weird. That's
Yeah.
not a special move.
It's too tame.
That's crouching heavy.
Yeah.
That's 2H, man.
At level 3, it launches them even higher.
Okay, what about the
creating
level
an
3
opening
version?
to
No, the
deal
pop-up
major
is cool.
damage. Try incorporating this into your combos. Beautiful sky today.
Wanted something more flashy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I really did. That combo is not flashy enough.
I see.
He did a little launcher, and then he did a forward, and then he did this. And that could be more.
Okay.
This is Guilty Gear Strive, man.
I see.
He could be robotic. You know what I mean? Come
Mm-hmm.
on. He could be detaching from the body, and while the body runs at you, and
Rocket
then like
flying everywhere
piloting something
and-
else to come your way. You know. Yeah.
A command movement flying upwards. Expands electric gauge upon
Oh.
activation. It
That's
is
why.
possible to move freely using directional inputs for a set duration. When the electric gauge is at or above level 2 upon activation, it is possible to perform an attack right away
Get a tricky
to surprise
overhead.
the opponent with an overhead.
Okay.
Try this out when you want to trip up a blocking opponent.
C Pony,
What's
6P.
useless will always be so. A powerful series of attacks. It continuously drains the electric gauge throughout the action. With the number of hits and damage increasing, the more gauge is available. The final hit is performed either when the electric gauge reaches 0 or after pressing heavy slash.
If you don't want to spend it all.
Okay.
Risky Lovers fully activates the Hercules engine, powering up Robokai's special moves.
Here's your overheat.
This causes the electric gauge to continuously
Oh, he hurts himself.
deplete, but he can use powerful versions of his special moves until it reaches 0.
So
Okay.
before you had to
When the electric
manually
gauge reaches 0,
handle
he
this, but now it's like
explodes,
actually like
damaging the area around
timed in
himself.
to be part of your combo.
The explosion will hit
Which is
Robokai
very
as well.
Bedman.
So be careful.
And there's your big
Robokai
damage, you
can
know?
dish out serious
Comboing
damage after
into
charging
that,
up his electric
and then
gauge.
popping at the end.
Start by throwing out his long-ranged heavy
Oh my God,
slash
that
as a
hammer's
poke, and charging the electric gauge with
That's a
gimmicky.
Kai button. That's a Robo Kai button.
Once
Yes.
you've built up enough gauge, use the projectile from Junkie Bargain as a
He
shield
should be
and make
like
your
mallet
approach.
space character.
When you're up
Absolutely.
close, you can mix the opponent up with Beautiful Sky Today and Sparky Surprise. Things get tough for Robokai when he runs out of electric gauge. It's crucial to think ahead and form a game plan to use the gauge effectively. Thank you for watching.
And this is a character designed, remember, after the tamification of the game.
Yeah.
After everyone got really depowered, where effectively they said, we want this to be more chill, we want to slow it down, and we want everyone to struggle a lot more. So like anyone who's got subsystems, anyone who has gauges, anyone who has like some sort of like secondary meter to their character now has a way harder time managing that. And this is a character designed around that, right? I feel like maybe if this were season 2, you would have seen some of that crazier shit I was talking about.
Okay, yeah.
But you know, on the ground, it kind of feels like for example, like the way he kind of lunges at you and gets those different pop-ups and different aspects of that. Like Sin has some more extreme versions of that. Sin has some more extreme versions
Huge
of
swings.
car crash, neutral swings, big low, big committal things, you know. Or think about the Elfelt, you know, Rekka system.
Yeah.
Overhead, low, straight, gapless, gap,
Mhm.
you know, etc. And yeah, he's just a lot tamer than that.
Do you think that like with the carpet and stuff, he might want to like keep people away to
Mhm.
like build the meter, and they were maybe afraid of giving him like too big buttons, too much oppression
I
in
think
the mid range, yeah.
Yeah, I think the from what we can see, the like it was just the first part of it, but like the rocket punches are really good. They track, and if you keep the carpet down, you can build back enough battery to keep using it. So that's a problem they're gonna have to deal with. So then he can absolutely zone you
Okay.
if he has that, or if he uses his super and then he's got like full track, full battery for that duration. He can do that.
Yeah. and then he pops.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be sure that you pop at the right moment, or else you get punished.
But he doesn't have. But like that projectile is the only keep away thing he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The rest is
The rocket punch. Yeah.
the rest is getting up in your face to some degree, hoping for an opening. So yeah. I guess we'll have to see. I mean, I just what we're seeing there is not what Slayer was doing to people on day one.
Mm.
Boom! Woof!
Yeah.
Gah!
Yeah.
Ah! Gah!
Mhm.
Dead!
Yeah. Okay. That's.
This
yeah,
is not that.
Okay.
That shit's crazy. Pretty hype, too.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. 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 You wanted more oomph to your robo. Yeah. A bit more. Understandable.
Yeah. There was another there's a Bob got a trailer.
Oh, Big Bob.
Mm.
Time for some onigiris.
Yeah. And do you know why he likes onigiri?
Why?
You'll find out. For a very good reason, actually. No more thin Bob. We are committing to
Hunger's
big.
The root cause of conflict. Join me, and we'll feed the world.
How dare you make him thin?
Okay.
Perfect press.
Get ready for the next battle. Section 8.
Sammo Hung has returned.
The hero has arrived.
And Samo wishes he was that thick.
I mean, Sammo wishes he could fucking kickflip, I'll tell you what. But no, his movement is this is the inspiration. Go watch SPL, you know?
Wow. Okay.
Big man moving like he shouldn't be moving.
That's always cool to see. Yeah.
Especially when you see people doing it for real. And that outfit,
My perfect body.
that's, to me, that's Sammo. Right?
Mm.
It's also very Chen Sinzan. But like, yeah, they know what they're doing with the reference.
Oh yeah, Anna. I wonder if she's still a problem.
I don't think so. That was like 3. What? Weight and power.
You got the
Float like a butterfly.
The
sting
bubbles
like a
appearing?
bee.
Yeah, you're talking like 4 patches ago.
You know why I love eating onigiri?
Why?
Yeah, they're back to basics.
Gotta know. This onigiri also means to slay devils.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you serious, Bob?
Oni Giri.
Yeah, okay.
Fuck your stupid devil G. I love that line. That's great.
Oh my god. What a cornball.
Yo, the real cornball is these stupid devils that are killing the world. Any reason to hate on a Mishima is a good reason.
There you go.
Any day is a good day.
You'll need to spend the rest of your life paying for all your sins.
Exactly.
Damn, that's a huge plate.
Fuck Mishimas. All my homies hate Mishimas. If you hate a Mishima, you're my homie too.
Step on their shoes. Step on them.
Telling you.
Alright. Feed and wait.
Yeah.
Let's go, Bob.
Okay. Now, very important. Oh. Yeah. Do you remember? How's your internet meme? Lore?
I remember that meme. Yes.
Okay.
This thing.
Good. Just making sure.
It reached me.
And soon Roger and then.
No, sugar.
No.
Silliness.
Great bit. Great bit. Solid
Oh my
bit.
God.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I always wondered if that kangaroo clip was real or not.
It was super real.
And I thought it was super real. Somebody was like, "No, it was fake." And I'm like, "But that was before. That was before things were fake."
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's
I know.
insane.
I
No,
know.
that thing popped up and was very real. 100. No.
That kangaroo was shook.
Yeah. You got to be careful with your dog, man. But also, you got to know how to handle one if it comes for you.
We're just like, you know, push her back into it.
And the thing is as long as it's not kicking you, you might stand a chance.
Yeah, the kick is what's gonna murder
If the feet
you.
get involved,
The kick is
you
what's
are a
gonna
human
disembowel
being
you.
with human neck muscles and human bones. Bye.
Yep.
But
That's gonna rip you open.
But the shitty little hands, yeah, fine. So yeah, just keep it up top. Keep it up top. Right. That was pretty much it. The BlazBlue character did get announced eventually.
Yeah, they showed like one image.
It was no, wait. Oh yeah, no, they didn't show any gameplay. True. And it was an existing character that had not been shown yet. So Trinity Glassfee
Yeah.
is the character, and it's the real version of Platinum the Trinity.
I see.
So you remember Platinum the Trinity,
Yes.
and everything
With
infamous
the big stick and the
about the
pogos.
existence of that character. And so inside of that character, one of the souls is one of the 6 legendary heroes from the first game story.
Okay.
And this is the full version of that character. So now you don't have to have the shitty and that other version.
That shitty other version.
It's a lot, man. It's just a lot. That's just asking. It's asking you to take in a lot. Yeah. So the BlazBlue lore fiends can finally rest and shuffle off this mortal coil. So that is nice.
Where's the lore video for BlazBlue?
Are you paying me? are you got a contract? You got something you want to talk to me about? I'm listening. Yeah. And
people are saying I don't want that. Damn, is it that bad?
It's not Guilty Gear lore. It's far from. Realistically, it's one of those things where the lore outside of what you're seeing in the fighting game, it balloons like 10 times crazier than Guilty Gear does, with the sheer size of the cast roster and the events occurring. But also, there's so much like just, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this specific type of thing gets invented to deal with this. Like, there's so much, like,
Okay.
do you know what I mean? Like, there's so much just like
instead of doing A to reach B to get to C, it's A, but then you insert A prime, A,
and it's just
prime,
built on
A prime,
top of each
prime,
other and slapped and
adding
slapped on
stuff.
top, because there's all these other sequels to every other thing, right? And so like, yeah, you know, when you're just like, okay, so Platinum the Trinity, who's that and what's going on? It's like, okay, well, Platinum the Trinity is actually 3 characters in one. There's a boy inside her body, and there's a girl inside her body, and then there's the hero inside her body, and then the girl has the one personality, and the boy is a different character with a different personality, and they have their own stories and stuff. And technically, the body of that character is not actually a real human. It's a body that is kind of like Lambda, New, Mu 13, etc., which is a specific type of unit. So to begin with, those 2 were already there. Don't ask too much about how that came to be. But then the hero got placed in there, because the reason why the hero, Trinity, got placed in there was because the ghost possessing Jin, which is actually Terumi, who then goes on to hang out with what's his face, with the hat, smooth criminal,
Hazama?
Hazama. Terumi, the real evil, like he was one of the heroes too, but he separated and killed her or betrayed her or whatever, and something happened that led to her soul being like dropped inside of this container instead, so that she couldn't access her real body. And now, do you understand what like?
Okay, all right.
And like that is like the toppest, surfacest level of what that is. And you know, while you're learning about that, you're hearing names and things that sound like other, like, you know, I read like Konoe, and I'm like, oh, Kokonoe, and it's like, no, Konoe. That's another. That's
Yeah, there's a lot of like characters that become someone else.
yeah. No,
more...
Jin becomes Hakumen when you put the Murakuma Yuno on, and then that's an alternate reality timeline. And you know, even though his entire childhood memory trauma was from Terumi terrorizing him, and then he goes up to hate Jin, or to hate Ragna. When he separates, then they get passed out or whatever, and that's in an alternate timeline where Rachel is involved and she's hanging out there. But when Rachel is there, Valkenhayn is also one of the legendary hero. It just
you know way too much,
and I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I know nothing. But that's my point. So if you're gonna ask a question, you better fucking mean it.
Got it.
Or you better pay me. All right?
Up next, Lux and
Together
Samira
we'll light up the
reveals
dark.
the 2XKO.
And I'll be
Big-
your beacon when you need it most.
Big popular character. Big popular pick.
I've heard that name.
Shoryuken. Body projectile. Fireball. Rich lady white kick. And there you go.
Got it.
Essential. If you want to overthrow the Ari costume mafia,
No, you can't do that.
this is how you do it.
You can't do that. Come on.
Right? The girls, the gays, and Thresh. Yeah, Thresh and the girls. This is how you overthrow the Ari costume mafia. This is the new Chun-Li costume thing. This is where all of that goes.
Gotcha.
Also, look at these picks. They know exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They know what they want to sell.
They're like, come on, join us. Don't forget your credit card.
Let's make some money. Yep.
You're in for the time of your life.
And this is
I'll make it a
interesting.
grand finale.
There you go.
This is. Can I get more info?
We got some info. I don't know if you remember. We were hearing from people about Samira when we were talking about hypothetical characters. And Samira is the one where everyone said, that's Dante.
That's Dante. Mm-hmm.
2 guns and a sword.
Yep.
Good big gun sword combos.
With Dante mechanics in the game.
Precisely.
That's pretty rad.
So a lot of people were excited for that, just on the basis of like, I want a Devil May character in the game, and that's who that is. So done and done.
Got it.
Yeah, we like, once I remember getting that explanation, I'm like, fucking perfect. Let's run it. Right. Also, it's not Yone.
Okay.
And as excited as I was to have Yasuo be a character in the game, because I'm like, yo, look at this cool samurai dude. Putting his brother in as a mirror other samurai dude, while we got so many more characters that you can pick that are not just that.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I see there's a weird amount of people going, no, just put him in though. And it's like, did you be more creative than that, man? Can't you pull something, you know? Like, just, yeah. Yeah, so thankfully that's not what we're getting. That being said, they can probably, like, pick a couple more freaks that are not, like, sell you some costumes, like, ladies for a bit. Look at this season, right?
Nah.
We can chill. We can get some more freaks in there, I think. I think after this season, you've put a lot of pretty ladies in the game. We can get something else going.
I don't want the game.
Doesn't have to be Heimerdinger, but you can get some other freaks in there, right? So yeah, there's no shortage to pick from. But either way, solid. They know what they're doing on that. And from what I can tell, at that very least, Lux she's just a Shoto.
Yeah,
I think she's just a Shoto. You know, seems to be what they're setting up. So perhaps like delayed beams gonna be her deal.
Oof, that's always scary.
And I certainly hope that Samira doesn't end up playing too much. Because also, Girl with Gun is another thing that there's like 5 of. I hope that she is very much a point blank stylish gun user and not a filling you out type.
Like Noelle type of thing, where she just spins the guns in your face.
Or Dante.
Or Dante, okay.
Or actually Dante. But yeah, Noelle's cool too. Noelle's cool too. It doesn't have to be the full thing, but like really just truly stylishly using the guns as melee weapons. Otherwise, even though there are different types of zoners, we do start to run into some big girl gun overlap. You know, Jinx, Senna, Caitlyn, etc.
Lots of guns in League, maybe.
Yeah, it's just funny too, because like Yasuo users are like, sick, more guns please, win wall. Good stuff with that. Good on smart on the double reveal as well. I think they're keeping the hype up. Thresh just dropped out of nowhere alongside Senna, and it's been like just a week or two has passed. Evo's here, and already people are like on to the next. And you know, this is absolutely listening to people's complaints about the fact that it took too long to, or about the fact that there weren't enough characters on launch.
And now we're shipping them.
Yes. So good on them for listening and for doing it. And it's also getting up to that, you know, that point of that comfortable point of 20 characters or so at this pace. So
20 is a good number.
How's it going? The Baltic guy. Sup, gang? Okay. Yes. I have to ask. What is your experience, knowledge, or anything with Engin de Poitrine?
The first time I heard about them was old people being annoyed at them being on some French-Canadian show.
How long ago?
Called Tout le monde en parle. It was like a few months ago. And people were saying, oh, they're just making noise and it's weird music. And then they got popular because people started talking about them.
Did they exist last year?
I can't answer because I haven't been paying attention to the musical scene lately.
Okay.
Or recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were they big before? Because from what I could tell, it seems like they went on a show and they had a big had like a 27-minute track that they kind of like did like a big show where they did like a progress little kind of impromptu jam, and that really blew up. And I think, was it TikTok that was involved as well with like the word spreading about them, not to mention the kind of gimmick and stuff. I would love to know the gimmick is already stale. I mean, we'll see, because clearly they know how to fucking play, right? And
yeah, and they got super popular. Like,
yeah, so that's what I'm
super popular.
That's what I'm trying to ask around. That's what I'm trying to get at, is the speed and the rise are insane, because I never heard of them until there was a concert here last week, and it was one of the biggest concerts we've ever seen. That was like a free show outside at Place des Arts, and like the amount of people, it was like, what was the total number? Do you remember?
I'm not sure.
People were saying
like hundreds of thousands, maybe.
People were saying like 150K,
yeah,
or some crazy thing like that.
Yeah,
and that out of a nowhere for a band I've never heard of blows my mind, because I know about the weird world we live in of like isolated pop culture, where like there can be, you know, YouTube channels with millions of followers that you've never heard of. That's just part of what it means.
So when I was saying like they went on this TV show called Tout le monde en parle, and they were playing music, and old people were like, oh, what is this music? Imagine like if you have like a basic understanding of like the notes in music, like you play like C, D, E, F, G, whatever, they play like microtonal notes, and notes that are in between,
yes,
and notes that you'll hear in like maybe like Indian music or like more Eastern music that we're not used to.
Yeah.
But it still sounds weird, and the rhythms are like funky. And yeah, it scared the old people, and all the young people were like, "Oh no, there's something there. This actually sounds good and different."
So the term is math rock, right? Progressive math rock.
Okay, it might be even more divided than math rock, right?
What you just described is what I've heard referred to like as that.
Okay.
I will turn for a more
about the guy saying you're right.
Yeah, math rock is a highly technical subgenre of alternative and indie rock defined by complex, unconventional rhythms, odd time signatures,
so for
and
me,
angular,
like,
syncopated guitar melody.
Yeah, for me, the math rock would be like the signatures, and more like the rhythm of it, but they play like tones that are in between other tones that we're used to as well. Which I don't know if math rock like encompasses that as a prerequisite. Yeah, see, Crystal saying math rock is typically not done with macrotonal tuning.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But math rock is like for the rhythms and like the,
Gotcha. Okay, so it's a combination. It's math rock for the time signatures, but it's also going experimental with the
tones,
the notes and the tones as well. Right. And then progressive as well, being that it like is not about a 3-minute 30-second intro verse chorus bridge chorus, right? So they're doing their own thing, and in a lot of cases you might get a more experimental type of set out of them. As somebody that was big into Mars Volta, I'm down with that too. And listening to it, I'm also like, anytime someone is able to do some complex shit with just two people, like White Stripe style, that's incredibly impressive.
That's nice,
right? That's there's a purity to that that's fucking awesome. So yeah, Angers de Poitrine is that's super cool. Talent is absolutely there, and they're wearing these crazy wacky costumes and they're polka dotted and whatnot. I'm just asking because I'm like, I have heard nothing about the existence of this music, and to find out that like this massive gigantic crowd, the biggest crowd I've heard of in our city in a long time, 150,000 people all going down to Place des Arts, and everyone was like in enough that they were going to catch them live. That must mean they're ridiculously popular beyond that, and not just here, even though they're from Gatineau, I believe.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure where they're from, yeah.
And so I kind of am like, and this has to be just outside of Montreal and outside of Quebec, right? This has to be like at large popularity, I'm assuming, too.
They did talk about it like online in general, like I think on TikTok and on YouTube, because of how weird the music sounded.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So so a lot of people are discussing them outside of just Quebec context, because of how experimental stuff is. Got it. Okay. Yeah, and it's just a crazy thing to see helicopter photos of like the place where we have events at capacity,
and it's an open street. It's like multiple blocks downtown, because downtown during the summer they close down the street. It's pedestrian. They put festivals all over multiple blocks, and it was full of people everywhere.
Okay, so you were there, Baltic guy. Let me finish the message. At Jazz Fest, craziest Montreal concert experience, 150,000 people shoved into a Place des Arts, teenagers climbing streetlights and balconies for a view. Couldn't even see the stage for half the set, but the vibes were immaculate. It was a nice piece of what will go down in Montreal history. Cool. How did you hear about them? I'm just curious.
The months ago, people were like, Jazz Fest, free show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Months ago, and like I think even like Sir Meow was like, oh yeah, this is gonna happen in a few months, and I was like, oh, okay, we'll see. But I'm at the age where like I don't know if I want to be stuck inside a crowd. Like sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'll just chill home.
Okay. Because I feel like there was a Lady Gaga concert outside in like 10 years ago, and and then I'm found out about it the day after and was like, wait, who?
Oh man, okay, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Or I feel like there was a Bad Bunny concert that took place down the street.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing the results of it, and I'm like, wait, what? What?
Oh yeah, okay.
Literally where, who, what,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And
Yeah, the last time I remember like downtown being full like that, I think it was like Arcade Fire when they gave a free show after they became popular. And they came back to
Yes.
Montreal and it was
Yes.
full.
But that, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that, but I also remember being like, okay, I don't know them, I haven't listened to them, but I fucking have heard of Arcade Fire.
Yeah.
Like that's it. I'm like the complete blind side is what's blowing me away given the size of the crowd.
Yeah.
If that crowd was half the size, I would question a bit,
You'd be like, oh, what was going on over there?
but
Like,
not as much.
oh, really? Oh, they're
But that
big?
is
Okay.
record-breaking levels of crowd
Yeah.
for something I had no idea existed, you know? And in a lot of cases, I find out that sometimes there's songs that blow up specifically because they got big on TikTok stitches,
Okay.
you know? And so that's when I'm like, oh, well, okay, I'm not on the platform and I'm not hearing the music getting used on memes for certain moments,
I see.
right? So I'm just catching up to some of that after the fact when it was like, why is this one song blowing up? Not the band, just this one song. And it's oftentimes they'll be like, oh yeah, there's a TikTok stitch, and that was it, you know? You know what? I heard, so Punch Mom was listening to something describing time signatures just the other day, like yesterday or so. So I bet you she's probably listening to that on the basis of this. And we haven't even talked about it yet. I'm going to ask her about it later.
Oh,
You know.
okay. Yeah. I wouldn't even be surprised if she started listening to it like a little bit ago, you know?
Well, because with an event like this, I feel like it's talk of the town.
Yeah.
You know, like people are going, yo, Place des Arts isn't big enough. And I'm like, what? How often does this happen? What are you talking about? Like, for this, it was not. But how often does this happen? I get it. It was over capacity and it was too many people here. Yes. But when's the last time you had, like, this is not happening every summer, every year. This is a rare event, you know?
Mm-hmm.
PhD Integrity, how you doing? Just want to thank you for being the initial final push I needed to take fighting games more seriously. Back on the old channel, I was a teen, recently finished college course on game dev, and my final was a small imitation of Guilty Gear. I slapped together with some friends, one step closer to making the dream game, a Toho fighter influenced by Alpha 3. Sure thing.
Wow.
Sure thing. Hell yeah. Good
Wow,
stuff.
you got ideas. Let's go.
I want more people to play them so that I have more asses to beat.
That's the only reason.
It is a selfish proposition. Good shit. Super Volteca, how you doing? Andrew Hussey, creator of Homestead, once made a comic about a rap battle-powered underground robot fighting tournament, and one guy in the audience drops a soft A in it. Maybe Woolie was right about the Homestead creator never interacting with black people after all. Yeah, I heard a lot of people basically going, because I have no idea what the history of this creator is or what any of these other things were. But after I said that on Versus Wolves, a lot of people went, damn, you clocked it. And that's crazy because that's super true. And also, he doesn't even know about this or that or that or the things that got worse. And I was like, oh shit, oh really? Okay, well, there you go.
Oh, wow, okay.
So that thing I was telling you about before I actually said it on the air, I was telling Reggie about it, right? And I was like, when it comes to Homestuck, I just am left with a supreme feeling of, boy, you have not hung out with anyone else that was not like you.
Yeah.
I just felt it.
I
And
knew it.
turns out apparently people are co-signing that. And apparently if I went deeper, the rabbit hole gets worse. So Baka Sugoi, how you doing? Thank you. Nice funny number. Appreciate the 69 total. Much love.
Nice.
Ozrabbit, how you doing? Hello, boys of the attorney. Finally getting around to catching this live. Took the liberty of looking at the Ace Attorney anime, and the court goes, what the heck? Wasn't she just a little girl just now? When Mia pulls a Tenjo Tenge to possess Pearl. The whole thing is played straight. Okay. The funny part is that I watched the Takashi Miike Phoenix Wright movie.
Shit, okay.
Yeah, at Fantasia, and I don't remember the case or the events that unfolded. So I don't know. But I don't remember anything like that happening. Yeah. I remember liking it, but I have
don't
no,
remember.
I don't remember any of the cases or what was.
Real. Yeah. A lot of the things I see now, it's just, I don't remember what happened, but I have a general feeling of what happened, and I felt good about it. Like, that's about it.
Pretty much. Okay.
Damn.
All right. Look, y'all.
One
can,
mention and people are going off.
Look, y'all can get into your fucking Homestuck discussion elsewhere, man. Like I don't. Yeah, there's a big old thing going on, and this ain't it. So,
You got it activated. The sleeper agents are
Indeed.
activated.
what's going on? One love. No, sorry, Nulaverg. Don't know if you saw the news of Xbox reporting that memory prices are expected to rise by 50% over the next year. The PS6 BOM also looking insane. I did not hear that, but it's not surprising. I definitely expect prices to continue to be batshit crazy before they get sane again. In fact, I don't think we're going to see sane prices until something major occurs. But as far as Nvidia is concerned, they're all in on this wave, and like, why do I know who the CEO of Nvidia is and like what his opinions are? You know, why I would like to go back to just knowing that there's an Nvidia video card company, and they're the opposite of ATI.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Oh boy. That's
Once
like,
upon a time, it was like, are you gonna get a Voodoo or a Rage?
mm-hmm. That was it.
And you had a big dumb 3D character on the front that looked like a reboot character, and you bought one, and then you played the games, and they were good.
And that was the extent of your problem.
That was it.
Yeah.
And sometimes those video cards got pretty expensive because fuck, they needed doing cool things or making things shit run better, and they needed a lot of power, so maybe you had to get a better power supply. You know?
Gotcha.
And now, whatever the fuck this shit is. Yeah. I got an old laptop that it can't update its NVIDIA drivers because it's been discontinued. And it's like, you literally just said fuck everything from before this date for support, and not even like a final anyway, it's just their backwards compatibility, obsolescence and all that has taken a turn for the hostile
Okay.
in passive ways that I do not appreciate. And
Not supported anymore.
in a lot of cases, upgrading laptop parts is not as like a tower is what you open it up, you go inside, you put stuff together. Laptop, you don't really.
No, you don't want that.
You don't fucking do that.
Yeah.
You know. I'm not gonna risk watching the Cyberpunk Edge Runners 2 trailer on stream because that feels like asking to get flagged. Because that's like that's a Netflix trailer. That's crazy. It looks cool though. It looks very cool, and it's a tone trailer. We don't know what's going on in it. Characters doing stuff. Characters that you know are gonna get fucked up, doing stuff, while people are going cyber psycho.
Mm-hmm.
Love the fact that it's an anthology. Love the fact that I don't recognize anyone or anything in the setting.
Good.
The best. The fucking best.
I guess I'll watch it later tonight.
Yep. You stopped Edge Runners, right?
I watched the whole thing.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Last time you were like, "Oh, you hated Edge Runner," and I'm like, "That's not what I said."
There are a number. There are at least 3 people I know that like don't like edge runners, and I conflate who to what strengths.
Yeah. I said it was very good at the beginning, and then it reaches a point where I'm like, okay, Trigger is doing its Trigger thing, and then it becomes almost like exaggerated, but that is what Trigger does. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I like the beginning. The second half to me was like, all right, meh, you know.
Yes, a measured drop off.
Yes,
you had a measured drop off.
Yes,
that's fine. Yeah. No, again, I know different people that have different levels of not fucking with it. So I forgot which was which, but yeah. Ooh, let's continue.
Right.
This case got real quick.
Big All Stars. Oh god, we're still in the cellar.
Yes, but we switched characters. So, quick recap is we are in the middle of the Toku Wars. The Nickel Samurai versus the
Jammin Ninja.
The Jammin Ninja, correct.
Although, seems like Nickel Samurai is winning this fight.
Seems like the Jammin Ninja's kind of a pussy. That being said,
give him no chance whatsoever.
That being said, powers rules. Shout outs to the original Steel Samurai, Juan Corrida.
Rip.
He was murdered, and he, prior to that, was in a rivalry with Matt on Guard, a complete airhead,
Himbo,
who's getting set up. A mysterious person is forcing us to defend and make sure that he gets off scot-free, despite the fact that an orgy of evidence has been planted against him. Old Bag returned somehow.
Still alive, still kicking,
unfortunately.
They say that evil people live for a long time.
It really sucks that the hateocracy lets you live forever. It fucking sucks, but the more you hate, the longer you live. It's crazy. It's the opposite of that thing where you're like, the old people hold on for that one dear loved one that's still in their life, you know, and then as soon as their you know, partner passes away, or as soon as that son is not around anymore, they finally let go. It's that you can hate forever.
Just hang on.
Oh boy.
Stink Meter style.
Absolutely. The hateocracy.
Yep.
The Stink Meter sequels. The 3 that came afterwards. You know? No shits Samus.
Adrian Andrews.
Cold, calculated, analytical, until it was revealed that she's actually struggling because her mentor, Celeste Impacts, passed away and committed suicide, and in the process was discovered by Juan Corrida, and she was so distraught that she made an attempt but was successful. Investigate why he decided to keep the information. Also, we are currently kidnapped as Maya Fey, while the as of yet unlisted the killer has her trapped in a basement.
Don't forget about the king.
Also, Edgeworth is back.
The king. Back.
Not really sure what he's doing. Not really sure what's going on, but he's back.
He didn't do anything wrong yet. All right.
Oh, he's about to.
Keep those ideas.
You know he's about to. But quite frankly, in a world where Francisca is unfortunately letting me down.
Yeah.
Francisca's letting me down, you know? For how cool she is as a appearance-wise. To have a rotten core. You know, so I am looking forward to the return of Edgeworth proper.
Oh, what's this? It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. And they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty.
I get the feeling though that Von Karma is like such a, that she's designed in such a way where like, I bet you she'll come back around and be a better person.
Yeah.
I bet you, you know, they're gonna pull something like that.
There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. Drat, it's locked. But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use.
It's always weird in games when they have that. It's too dark to see, and there's a bright light here, and you're just like, did the script and the person making the assets just not talk to each other?
Don't do something to the door first. I don't think I'll be moving anywhere.
Well, there's no present option.
No, I think you haven't found something yet.
Okay.
Something like a card. Oh! Huh? Someone dropped a card here. Kinda looks like a business card, but there's no name on it.
It's the shell card.
It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Ah, that's it! This shell card. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius! Alright, now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it! Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried.
Oh. Never mind.
Did it?
I thought there was a chapter coming.
That's it.
Oh, I thought we were gonna be in like a.
Where's Nick?
I thought we were gonna be in a gameplay mode where we'd be able to like summon Mia and.
What is this game? Ugh.
Damn.
Losing the hero? Or are you trying to be innovative or something? Get out of here.
I just thought there was a, you know, second playable character moment.
That would have been cool.
Can't argue for shit, but she can call in ghosts to do it for her.
March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. Alright. Adrian did it?
That's what it looks like.
Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that.
In court today, there'll be a mountain of evidence that'll implicate you, Dad.
A mountain of evidence?
I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you, Dad.
Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? You can't let any sort of scandal ruin that.
Raw, I understand. Only not Fuego. Well, it's almost time.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We must get a complete acquittal today.
I know. I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day.
Indeed. Well, let's get going.
Beep, 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 beep. Bidadoo-doo, bidadoo-doo, bidadoo-doo-doo. Damn.
Classic ringtones.
This is Wright.
Good morning. Oh.
Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry. People don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? We will figure it out once the trial starts. Even if you don't like it, I expect you to graciously accept it and win today's contest if you please. Wait! kidnapper sent me a present.
Mr. Lawyer Dude, who was that?
Ah, no one, dude. It totally has nothing to do with you, so, like, forget you heard anything.
Dude, did your nose just get longer?
Bro, don't call it out, bro. It's gonna go to rhinoplasty.
I know a guy, dude. March 22nd, 10 a.m. on the dot.
Have you seen the new Kardashian faces?
Dude,
I know.
good plastic, dude. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt and Guard. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
Yeah, I don't fucking know, Your Honor. What the shit? How's that my fault? Your Honor.
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session.
Okay, no, but...
Must tell me something. Please keep it brief.
Jesus
now then,
Christ.
what is it?
Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman.
Oh, what?
Shot?
Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about.
His present.
Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage.
It's totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she all right?
I don't have that answer.
She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Ooh. Hey, you're...
I thought he'd show up.
Oh my god. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally.
You don't even believe in your case, but you want me to beat you. You're showing up to... That... You want me to win. You're helping me. This whole thing is fucked and it stinks to high heaven and you know it. But for the love of the game and the principle, you still have to fight in the hopes that I'll win against you.
You already know the smell of the game.
Damn. Can't you blame a beast?
Not in here. We're the beasts. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery.
The crazy part about this, like, foundational, like you do it for glory, for the honor, right? You have to earn the victory. But if you fuck around and find out too hard, someone's getting killed. You know what I mean? Like, it's noble, but also the consequences of fucking around here with such a dumbass judge is an innocent person gets killed. That's crazy. That's so insane.
Luckily, I have looked this case over and I'm familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Angard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer.
And you know he's not going to take it easy. You're not going to... This is no fucking... You know, there's no sandbagging here. You're fighting full power.
Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
Just update the autopsy report already. Just shut the fuck up and update the report right now. Just do it immediately.
They're playing his song.
Well, this is a new one, though. Well, I don't recognize this.
Yeah. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand.
Me?
Witness, your name and occupation.
My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now.
For now,
After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge. Detective Gumshoe.
the prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
Cross. Long. Yeah. It would have to be with Edward. It would have to be Edward this month. The answer he was struggling with. Also, we kind of like shat all over fucking Francisca for multiple cases in a row now. Like, what else is there to do? Just have her blunder and whip around like an idiot again? We need a refreshing finale.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice breeze of fresh air or something.
I think she's cooked. Bullet hole notwithstanding. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Yeah, facts of the case. This might have happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious on the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room.
Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir.
I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Examination.
Bare facts of the case.
Murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m., ended around 8 p.m., and there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective.
Between 8 and 8:30. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. Now hold it. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah.
Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about?
He's the defendant, Matt on God's manager. He's a really pretty lady, sir.
Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence.
When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. On God. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir.
I see. And that's when she found the victim's body.
Think she's single. Put in a good word for Udgy. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime scene. For a real pro's attention, you can draw on here, with this bandana.
Banana.
His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir.
Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose, after his death.
Oh, we have a crafty murder on our hands here.
Looks like a suicide to me. Case closed.
Your Honor, please.
Release all the hours of footage, totally undoctored. Done and done. Suspicious note? What? Super jacked, roided out roommate? Huh? Autopsy report added to the court record.
Time of death 8:15 p.m. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Okay. So says the autopsy report.
The guards were browsing the internet at the time, but also simultaneously they were asleep. But also they weren't at their desks.
That's too much to take into account. Don't worry about it.
But also it says here, I'm lying and there's nothing you can do about it. Fuck off. Oh, okay, cool. Just check it.
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, okay. To the point.
Sound argument.
Appreciate the honesty. Alright. First we thought there was something suspicious about the guitar case. Now hold on. Why'd you think that?
Because it was empty, pal. Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. We couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
Oh, then how about this theory? Fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime together. How's that?
Wow, Your Honor. You're doing it. You're doing it. Big try. Big thoughts. Big thoughts for big honor.
We thought of that too, but,
What?
the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victim.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. So much for my theory then.
That's why we pay you to theorycraft, Your Honor. Truly we do. Guitar case is now in the record. There's some water. It's empty. The water's only on top of the lid, as Cody does figure.
However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
Oh, hold up. Why is that? What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case?
The guitar wasn't in the Catewater Hotel that night.
Well then, where was it?
Bright red guitar was eventually found. TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir.
So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case?
Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar.
The guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel.
Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Angard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him.
Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter.
Yes, sir.
Why arrest on God?
Matt Angard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for the evidence, there's Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja.
Costume was found in Mr. Angard's hakama.
The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife.
Oh.
The defendant brought the knife for the crime. Makes this a premeditated murder.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was some sort of sticky. It was sort of sticky on the hand. Fingerprints came out pretty clear. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir.
The knife bears the victim's blood and Angard's fingerprints. The grip, Gatewater.
And there's this button.
That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood?
Yes. And we know that the blood on it is the victim's, sir. What?
Jammin' Ninja's button was ripped from his costume, covered in Corrida's blood. Found it on Angard's hakama.
All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright?
In the parlor with the candlestick. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow.
You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless question.
You don't even believe it. Examination.
Man, that was kind of hot. This, the tension and everything. That's fine.
The tension.
Yeah, the tension.
Oh, now you're on board. After we've been rolling through this entire 2 series with everyone going on about it.
Well,
Now suddenly.
It's professional respect, It's like, yeah, they're pushing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It isn't anyway. It is interesting coming into this series where that's one of the strong notions that until we started I had no idea about, and seeing how much the audience is setting it up. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, yeah. Okay. If you want it, it's there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
If you want it, it's there.
Mm-hmm. If you want it.
If you want it.
Yeah.
But it's optional.
It's very optional.
It is optional. And I think over the years, maybe I don't know what the future games hold, but I think over the years, if it continues to be this level, there's a whole fandom side energy to it that has been carried way past what the material in the game so far presents.
For sure.
Yeah. I think it has become quite apparent that the heavy lifting is being done on behind the fourth wall. But yes, perhaps future games hold more things. Matt on God and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. But in terms of popularity, Mr. On Guard won, did he not? Yeah. But you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corrida was always the one step behind Mr. On Guard in everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corrida lost in the Grand Prix at the end.
That is too bad. You must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's enough motive in my book.
Hold on. Wait just a second here. Mr. On Guard was beating Mr. Corrida in the popularity polls.
Yeah, well, I guess, but,
which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means that he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective?
It's not. Well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's,
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No, sir!
Now, Detective, let's continue with the testimony.
No, not my poor pension, too. Not my qualified immunities. Oh, the unions.
Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir.
What was I about? Wait, what? What was I saying? Hello? Anyone?
As for the evidence, there's the gem and Ninja's button.
Hold up. You have any proof that the button belonged to the victim?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off of the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Oh, good question.
Huh? Can't you tell just by looking at it?
We're in court. We're in court, Dick.
And the victim's blood is on it.
Don't say it. Ah!
You wanted to slam and stare?
I wanted slam and stare.
That would have been too strong.
That would have been the craziest shit ever. Boom! Is you for real? Damn, dude. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward.
Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir.
What do you mean, help me? What?
Yeah, it looks like the button that was from his costume. It sure does. Almost as if you wanted that to be the case.
Right, I knew I had this piece of, it had to be this piece of evidence. Gotta reel this one in.
Thread.
Huh?
The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat.
He's ripped off the ninja costume. Found in Mr. Ongod's Hakama.
Hold up. When was this button found?
Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people.
Hey, what is he trying to say about me? The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife.
Hold up.
How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Yeah, were they like fingers up for eating? Or were they fingers down for stabbing?
Damn.
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Wow, Phoenix.
Oh! Is that what you meant? Oh, he didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Like,
Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. Was the defendant the owner of this knife, then?
nobody used it to eat a steak dinner across the hallway. So, you know.
The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
What the fuck? There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife.
Sorry, pal. This ain't some pocket knife. There's a phone, so it's not great for walking around with either.
Well, this is not good. The prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder. We're done for.
Phoenix,
Yeah?
there's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late.
Button covered in the victim's blood. And a knife with on guard's fingerprint.
Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing.
We're still in a world of trouble.
Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix?
Objection!
Wait a second. What? The basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand?
That's right, pal. The defendant.
Did not buy this knife.
Huh?
Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Huh?
It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater? I think I heard that name before somewhere.
Brother.
That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel.
Uh-oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated.
Seriously, Gumshoe? Yes, that is very true. This is a very big, What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
He's literally not even laughing. You got the whole crew cracking up. Frown.
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
Right? But I didn't. Oh, oh.
The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
Oh, we can pull out fucking scenes of the room now.
There's a knife and a fork on this table.
We now we have photos of the crime scenes as not just black and white, but like the full thing. Great.
Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard.
Everyone, use your mind. Close your eyes. I'll take you there on a journey to your memories. Not evidence, no photos or video, but your mind's eye.
Especially what was on top of his table.
Brain report updated.
There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Unguard's knife was missing. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Okay. You point out the obvious, but only to lead into the cover.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this planned from the very beginning.
Must be one of the traps. Just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
All we're missing is the bloody fingerprints spelling out the name of the murderer.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Not yet shown?
He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well... Okay, well, there's quite a few suspicious items. There's the deepest and truest, which we ain't ready for, unless we are, but... we got our news tabloids, we got our weird wine glass. Yeah.
Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now.
How deep do you want to go?
If we answer with something wrong here...
Yeah, we'll get out for the sound of it.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Actually, I do. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel like this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and one only. Only one. What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
Yes, this up its curtains for all of us.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Oh my god. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
Gray light! One shot!
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These are all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, that glass that's sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do y'all have to say?
Well, yes, it is a little peculiar.
Yes, isn't it? I thought it was.
You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth.
You know he hit that however in Japanese like shikash.
What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
Then fingerprint the glass.
That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright?
Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? I'm gonna say there's no way. If I appear weaker, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. Yeah, okay, you don't have enough to go on, but you just have to believe that her personality is not the type.
You just might fall for it, if you're thought-provoking enough.
The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We'd like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table.
Oh. Interesting angle.
Fingerprints.
You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim?
No way he hasn't. Just bluffing.
Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
Huh? What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Then...
Of course it has been thoroughly expected. For fingerprints.
Thank you. Fingerprints.
There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of Adrian Andrews.
What? Wine glass updated in the court record.
With Andrews' fingerprints. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
Move I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario, as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor.
Objection, Your Honor. What the fuck is he talking about? What does this have to do with the case?
And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover.
Your Honor, this has nothing to do with the case. His motivations are not relevant.
I'll allow it. But wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
Boom.
What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking?
This collusion within the system is fucking crazy, by the way. This is illegal as hell, but then again, you know, the whole thing's fucked, so. The idea that the moral of the story is often always that justice must come from bluffing, right? The system itself does not work. You have to bluff your way into justice.
With some warning shots.
Is the actual, like, canonical way to get off when you didn't do anything wrong.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Oh! Gotcha. Oh.
I wonder what happened to the calm composure he had earlier.
He loses it when it's hurt.
Oh, edgy boy. It's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it?
That is a wedding band, isn't it?
Yep, left hand.
You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things I don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Oh, shush. I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I'm mad at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder.
I need Old Bag and the Obitarian fighting each other on lava like Kazuya and Heihachi. I need it.
Eternal battle.
the logo in the beginning.
Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly.
Dude.
After all, I've no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida.
Yeah, well, he's dead now, so... Those two are the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of that room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo.
Ugh.
Witness testimony.
What you witnessed?
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room.
Totally normal.
There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out all the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Alright, so do we gotta hit the lotta beef, or do we gotta hit the fucking creepy fan beef? All kinds of beef.
What you witnessed.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway.
Hush! Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show, but I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai's show. I even took out a few of the nails.
It was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me.
I undid the show, actually. OSHA violations.
So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door?
There was something I was interested in finding out.
Enough out of you. Something you're interested in. And just what was that?
It's not something little. It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. Ah, and Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip.
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
Okay, don't do it yet.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Well, since I was on the job...
Shut! Oh? Then would you tell us what number of people who went... Would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corrida's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? That's when someone showed up.
That guy. Oh, shit. Fam? Fam, that guy. Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The old man that came out of Juan's room, he was...
Yes, he was.
I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
What I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right now.
Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. It was an on guard, Matt on guard.
Oh my god, just please, please. Well, you saw my client. Are you sure about that?
Yes, see?
Really?
Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
How do I get a sense of it? Need to avoid a repeat of last year. Delve into this a bit further.
Let me guess. Was he in the fucking nickel outfit? Was he in the nickel outfit? Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth.
Teeth were shining?
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's
I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night.
What? Enguarde's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
It was very important. Your Honor?
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of his testimony was important.
Well, let me ask the other questions. You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say...
Mr. Wright, there is something much more valuable than a person's pride, and that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with your worthless questions.
Yes, Your Honor. I just wasted.
Nope. No damage.
She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
Bad for us. Really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
Not the one who has to question her.
He went all around.
Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Oh? Now, what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket.
Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center. Yeah.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
It was not important. Guess it really wasn't all that important after all.
Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn.
You've wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me.
Oh, I suddenly feel old in the presence of her.
You may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
Yeah, and you're trying to fucking get up my ass, but that didn't do damage, so they're like, no, stop wasting time, and it's like, no, you're supposed to fucking hit that one. Assholes. Gaslighting ass game. If it was really a problem, then you'd hurt me. Was he carrying a knife? What was the man you saw carrying?
In which hand? His right or his left? Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question.
Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright.
Well, I guess the knife would have been planted at that point if we're walking out of the room, but... Sorry. What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand?
Ah, he wasn't carrying anything in that hand.
Then how about his left?
Empty.
Oh, this whole thing has been a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, Mr. Wright. Same question again.
She saw him walking out. With nothing in his hand. Wouldn't there have been blood? Would there have been spatter? This was already inside his Hakama. Which he supposedly would have been wearing at the time. Okay. Yeah, so then we'll challenge it that way. So if his hands were empty, then that's not important.
Okay. Button was found in the Hakama. He was wearing a racing jacket, according to her.
Yes, exactly. Unless he walked back and hypothetically hit it there or so. Did I say... I said his face was important, and then I said his clothes wasn't. Let me do one more where I say the clothes is important because of the Hakama point, and see if the game wants that line before you press it. Oh. Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket to be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright. Witness, please.
Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
There we go. Thank you very much. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he wasn't wearing it.
She just quickly slapping it on and taking it off. She's so sure of herself that's to the point of self-absorption.
She may not remember things, but, you know. You be cray-cray. And break her, Phoenix.
Oh, I'd love nothing more.
Objection!
This old bag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason?
You know what this is?
Ah! It's button number 2 on the Jamin Ninja's costume.
Oh, I know she's an obsessed fan. He identified it at a single glance.
Give it here. Give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this.
She really is a diehard fan. I want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. On Guard's body during a full body search. Yeah, there's a whole, like, dark, black market of, like, people who want, like, crime scene evidence and fucking things from... Yeah, it's crazy. They're like, oh, there's blood on it? Even better. Ooh. And sell it for more type shit.
See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was that rascal On Guard.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants.
See? See? And On Guard is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt On Guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I were to train his dress, then maybe you think I was the most gorgeous one whenever. When eventually I was reading this, just look at looking outfit. It's not as hit his rest. Tape recorder stuck to my chest. It's heavy, so heavy. I wish I could switch to see these age. But I'll give you that dream life for all the kids out there. I wear a smile on my face. You understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Look at your face. But in the instance of document on curling, usually a tip on 10.
Wow, they wrote it all out.
Holy mackerel.
Did you say that?
Shut the fuck up. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second.
Did you say a tape recorder on your chest?
Yeah, she did.
We could use that.
So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. On Guard, the man, but On Guard, the nickel samurai?
But when you think about it, They're really one and the same anyway.
Again, I knew it. I knew it.
Yep.
I a million percent knew
And
it.
she should know better.
Literally the exact same as last time. Yeah. Which is so just lying up front about like that about what he yeah. Well, anyways, it's the worst. It's the worst. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Poo, do you think so too?
Die!
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
All right, if you insist.
The one sighing, not you.
Ah! Ah!
On guard, on guard. Oh, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, youngins today. I told you there is no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so. And what I say is the truth.
At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Your Honor, death. Ah!
Yeah, overruled. Overruled.
On guard. Yes, now I remember.
You remember what, bitch? Would you please get on with your testimony?
Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything.
Oh, God.
Trying to get people murdered. Yes, totally.
If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
What?
A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he, is the Nickel Samurai.
Oh, it's the theme song of that character you hate so much. And that dude you hate.
Actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and just stick to the facts.
Miles? Maya is dying in a basement right now.
Just so you know.
This is your plan. You chose this plan. You wanted to do this. Right? For your fucking integrity. Yeah, to learn something about yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You promise, right?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth.
The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw.
Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket. Now he's not?
Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh?
Well, I wanted to be a Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what?
See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you?
Well,
what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did the court become theatrics for testimony?
She's nuts.
She's like the perfect awful witness.
All that matters is that Mend was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
God damn.
Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder.
Can we just hold up with the sound of a gun in my mouth? And why would that be?
That way, no one could see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you'd think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
Oh.
You're such an annoying child, you know that. You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know.
Is there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
That included the Jammin' Ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when Engard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
I hope that she was talking mad shit about Juan up until he was murdered, and then he switched it up. I could totally see her being like, fuck the Jammin' Ninja. It's all about the Nickel Samurai. And then as soon as he's dead, he's like, oh, my sweet Juan.
He was so pure.
We were just talking. Just the other day. I was just saying hello. I couldn't believe it. Oh, you know, I was just saying to him, you got such a bright future ahead, I said.
Well, anyway. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor
I hate
Juan.
you. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet?
You don't need to think too hard on this one. There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is, what that contradiction means for us.
I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. When you did your little thing just now, second. And then that's it. Yeah. Getting not touching on this just yet. This. Right. Okay. Let's see. Not quite.
I'm not sure I follow you.
Nope, nope, nope.
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Wright.
Okay.
Selection denied.
Okay. Let me just go back around for a second. I wish I could go back instead of force forward on the statement.
Oh, it doesn't go back when you click the left arrow? It is.
Whoops. Okay, my bad. I'm so used to hiding the mouse behind our box over here.
All that for a bit about Cam. I mean, am I supposed to just hit the obvious on this, then? No. Not like that.
Okay, so
How do you throw that ball?
we're in a pretty vague situation. Photo of the costume, there's the post-stage ceremony show with the confession, kidnapping, tabloid article, the specifics of the tabloid article. This is the unreleased tabloid article by Lotta. The actual gossip about them dating. The map. The water on the lid.
I'm not sure what that's about.
No guitar. The juice with Andrew's fingerprints. Crime scene itself. The suicide. Andrew's also. The autopsy report itself. Pointing out that he no. Time of death. things went until 8 o'clock. Okay. No blatant problems there. It's just her saying stupid shit.
A lot of them.
It's just her saying stupid shit. So it's like, how do you want to go like, no, just because you're wearing an outfit doesn't mean anything, obviously. But, it's too vague. I gotta press again. I just gotta press it again and read them all again. Okay, on guard. Yes, now I remember. This doesn't lead anywhere. This is just a joke. Okay. This, fake press. Then this. He says, nah, it doesn't matter what I used to say. So, it's updated, so going back to say that she's inconsistent doesn't do anything here. The point is, this is what it is now.
Isn't that enough?
We don't have anything talking about timing besides the 8:15.
Yeah.
The show lasted till 8 o'clock, though it's not like there's an issue with that. This was supposed to start afterwards, but this was supposed to start at 8:30. Right, continuing. Hiding his face. There's no advantage to hiding your face. It doesn't do anything.
If he's hiding his face, how can you know it was him?
It was more trouble for him to change in and out of his costume, so he got it on and then was, or what, like, nothing addressing there's nothing addressing the difficulty of putting. There's no piece of evidence talking about the difficulty of putting the outfit on, except for looking at the photo itself, which is what I tried to point out earlier, which it doesn't seem to agree with.
And we know that On Guard didn't know that there was a post-ceremony stage show?
Yes. That's not presented in anything, though.
Oh.
He didn't know about it, but we don't have a piece of evidence to confirm that. Right. And then, like, I want to say that, like, this or this would be like, where's the blood all over his costume? But that's not a line of questioning that we're going down. There's no direct thread from him being in the costume to where's the blood, right? So everything we're talking about right now is just, how do you confirm his identity inside of the outfit? He must have worn the costume when he was stabbing. I mean, like, if you want to present the fact that he has the costume on, so his fingerprints, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to go with that route, like,
oh, okay, I see.
Hypothetically, that should be fucked up. That should be wrong. Also, there's also the strangulation angle of this too.
Yeah.
So there's two elements here, but like, this seems.
If he was strangled to death.
Like, she's wrong about that, but is that really the point we're gonna catch her on? You know, is it gonna care about that particular line? I mean, it could be that, like, but He's just throwing her. She's just throwing out conjecture. I'd be surprised if they cared about that. No. So then you can go for the knife. But
or maybe like you show the costume and you're like, you can't tell I was on guard by looking at the costume.
well, that's what I tried on the previous thing, but maybe it could be on. It could have been used on the wrong statement, admittedly.
We're bleeding.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
It's the okay. You shouldn't get his fingerprints while he's wearing the costume.
Yes, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at?
This is exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving?
If Mr. Angard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints of the knife right off. So we're skipping past that it was taken from his steak dinner part of it.
Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
Objection? Why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he'd do something like that.
However, there's one possibility.
And let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. After that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off.
The murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Second. He went over there. Yes. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Angard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This knife. This was used by Mr. Angard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida.
I suppose.
However, you just said it. You said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over the knife, shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order! Order in the court, I say! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt on guard. No, to hide the murder. I clicked too quick.
Frame?
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
Objection. We just established the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. If that were true, there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Witness!
Fair enough.
Cool.
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Jipu?
Yeah. Witness, did you or did you not see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickel Samurai? His character on TV?
I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around the front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
Can we just, like, choke her with the locks, with my Psyche Lock ability? Wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, Witness?
Oh, the way you think. You are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
Surely that judge had to get promoted to that position by being an actual lawyer before this, right?
Yes, actually.
Hypothetically.
Yeah. He should have gone through the trenches.
Yeah.
Done his due diligence.
Uh-huh.
Got into, like, some sort of, like, court of peers to be like, you're worthy of being a judge.
Some sort of competence was displayed at some point. Or a nice fat check.
Mm-hmm.
So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. I guess we're just...
Maybe. Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person.
I think he's hinting at it's certainly possible. This old bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? To come out of the victim's room. Oh.
Ooh. Oh my god. Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, On Guard's manager.
Oh, not bad. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Oh, this is, well, this is, oh, I see.
All the tea.
Oh.
The judge seems to be really into the record, if it can be called such a thing.
Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews, without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this old sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness, what in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well. Then, the witness, please testify about this secret information.
Break her against the wheel, Your Honor.
Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you youngins.
We're all capable of handling it. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
That Engard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in closer to Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is a top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
What a distasteful topic for this court. Never mind the cameras filming the reality TV show Judge Udgy. Coming soon. Coming next season.
On Fox. No one else wanted the show. Fox always delivers.
We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should it be true? Then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
Means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
We are not allowed to fucking crack open Adrian's reality to shut old bag the fuck up.
Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right. On guard is nothing but your average full-blooded, foul-blooded youth.
It would be awesome to just sick Lotta on her. That would be pretty good. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire.
Is that a saying?
No?
What?
Unless you're burning a bag of shit.
Trash bags?
Horrible for the environment. Have to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the... Change.
Alright, Phoenix.
Wendy! Wendy!
Yes, dearie?
Old bag! Danger zone.
That Engard is one evil, evil man.
Can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A.
Yes, in between articles about Bat Boy. But the name of the magazine is Gossipland.
What? Are you saying that gossip is just all a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% the truth.
Oh, God. That's not a topic for court, old bag.
Honestly, so you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Next, you're gonna say they totally recorded a Super Smash Brothers episode of Fisticuffs before the group split up. What? Who said that? I don't know. I make shit up.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Real bad.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, Engard will never get me to say touché. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal.
Hold on. Scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means, and I know that much.
Well, that Engard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. So to do that, he set his own manager to get in close with Juan.
But you don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, I wish I could do something about you.
All right then, Sonny. Show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that Engard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? My poor little Juanito.
You're asking for evidence. Can you show proof that On Guard did not bear ill witness towards Juan? No. No, this is misleading. This is nothing. I don't have anything to offer.
See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof? You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want whenever I want. Silly little boy. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action.
So what did you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene.
You sure were lying.
Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson.
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this!
No, stop!
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Sure. Wait, so,
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids was over.
secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
Stare. How the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? Well, okay, hold on a second though. This is the article that came out beforehand, but then this was what Lotta was writing, and this was the one she just made it the fuck up. This was the one that was Jonathan Frakes. And do you remember what this bullshit one was about specifically? Like, she just kind of...
She wanted... Lotta wanted to catch real proof that AA and Corrida were together.
And then she wrote an article that was all horseshit about that night, and that was in the case, and then Old Bag stole it.
Oh, Old Bag stole it. The article or the camera?
It sounded I think Old Bag stole the camera, and the article was in the camera case.
Behind that.
And that's why they were talking shit about each other when we were investigating.
Oh, I didn't go that far.
Lotta and Old Bag had beef while we were talking to them.
But Lotta didn't hint. Did she hint at Old Bag stealing the camera? You said she just lost the camera.
She didn't know what happened to it, but Old Bag was talking shit about Lotta.
Yeah, well, of course it would be explosive between the two. Freaking two crazy ladies.
Of course. But I think they specifically, like, or I assumed that was being pointed out, because I thought that Old Bag was shitting on Lotta as a way for us to infer that she was the one who stole it, because she wanted to get to the bottom of this gossip.
Okay.
Because it's a gossip-related theft.
Okay. Yeah.
And she cares about the tea and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
So she would be the one that did it.
Okay.
So Lotta summarized what this tabloid article that she wrote was. I forget what it was, so I have to assume it's not as relevant to this current point, because it would have been listed here. But it was a bunch of other facts that she just made up that weren't real.
Yeah.
No one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Old Bag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that!
Witness! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it?
Okay. Oh, what's it? Objection?
You call that proof? It looks more like proof of spite towards the witness. If you have nothing to back up your claims, then they are no more valid than gossip.
Word.
Witness, please feel free to ignore the defense's gesture of ill will and continue.
Okie dokie. See, nothing can get me down.
And that was not even a full press. It was a press that that wasn't even a full presentation. That was within the press.
Yes.
Which is strange.
You got shot.
It's like another good tidbit of gossip, doesn't it?
But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way.
I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now.
There has to be something we can catch her on.
Yeah. When I find him, I'm gonna press the heck out of it.
I thought you were gonna present the camera there.
Hold on. I didn't save before that.
Who's this? Hey, hey. Andre Agassi. Secret info.
It's...
Top secret, top secret. Next round. Burn the trash.
It's just it's weird that it's a sub press. Here, let me just do this just in case it's necessary.
Yeah, press and save. Scandalous.
And if it forces the press early, then does that mean we don't get to affect the rest? Okay, I'm going to decline so that I can press the other statements. Yeah. Then come back to this. Usually, so that might mean she's going to append her statement. I think that's probably what that is if you get if it's not hitting it on the top level, it might be to update this, the string.
Okay, yeah. Get the triggers going.
So what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in close wait.
Right, we did this. And then there was the final one. Okay, wait, there's a second point. Yeah. I declined the previous one. And then there was this one. Okay, so, I feel, maybe I'm just overthinking the game. Like, it feels like, the connection to her stealing it is
too early.
Is too early.
I have the same impression.
It feels like we have the game has not drawn the two points together yet.
if you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Itchy Poo, what are you doing? Help me! What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get your reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head.
He lectures me on reckless blabbering.
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Get our inside information. Has to be something we can use to figure it out. Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, we're closing in. Closing in on the truth. Time to reach out for it.
Okay, so they want that one. So then you ignore the bait one on this. Don't present these.
Yeah.
The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she'd lost a certain note she'd written to herself.
She reported such a thing.
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No. I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
And you are the one who took Mrs. Hart's note.
On the top of that list of groceries? Pro.
I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous, puffy-haired whippersnapper. He's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written.
I love the music cut out. You can hear a little bit back in the back.
Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook
She's
just this one.
security! It looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her?
No!
Fuck no!
No! Break her, Phoenix!
Against the wheel! Drawn and quartered! If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find somebody to inflict a deafening blow on the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
So, why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all.
I can't believe Phoenix thought to himself she seemed sorry. What a fucking... what an asshole. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it!
Oh my god.
There we go!
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
This old bag, why is that 3 pips? That's crazy. I don't believe the note's the only thing you took that night. This old bag. That note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweet $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
Why? Witness!
What is it, Gramps?
You have the note, and it's only logical that you have the camera too. That's over $900. That's fucking grand larceny.
That's a lot.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
Oh my god.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photography Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things.
There's never a punishment for being her. There's never a punishment for being that person.
Oh. Jeez.
And Shu Takumi wants you to know that these people exist in society, and then they go back to living their normal lives. And there's nothing...
Unscathed.
There's nothing to stop them.
Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Damn, the bailiff can do that?
I can hope so.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
Why is there a photo of Liam eating lunch from really far away? That's weird. Why would you take a picture of someone eating their lunch?
There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
Oh.
See, I told you. That's the guy I saw.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder.
What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However,
In his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is... Oh.
This is the reverse angle of the hallway, right? We came from this way. Like, we're standing here looking this way. The flowers were on the left side of the screen.
Yeah.
So this is from Lotta looking opposite direction. With this is Juan's room. Yeah.
The defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
This photo really is decisive. If I raise an objection here and blow it, it would put his life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. Only one road out of this mess.
This photo that Lotta took, there's... Hey, well, let me fucking... Hold on. Alright, we're running under the bluff system, right? We're running under the bluff system.
Mm-hmm.
There's totally something strange with it. Absolutely.
I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this
photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
I mean, for me...
So you are saying we are coming from over there at the end of the hallway where that door is?
All I'm saying is that the camera angle we looked at this hallway from was the reverse of the one we're looking at.
Okay, so we came from that door.
This is the door that our back was towards.
Okay, and coming out, this is Juan's door
With all the flowers.
with all the flowers.
Yeah. That's all. That's all. I was just pointing out that the angle was what was different from the one that we were previously looking at, so that, you know,
And
it wouldn't be confusing. And then there's a bear here to even confirm that. But yeah.
and on guard was on the other side of the door.
In this photo, this is guard is walking
over there,
back
on the
to a
other
room
side.
that's on the other side of the hallway. This is hypothetically that's what it is, and then this is Juan's room.
But yes, okay.
Something about the angle. I think it's the costume that's the question of what we're supposed to be looking at right now. But there's something about the angle that you're questioning.
Well, no, you mentioning if we're coming from that door, this is Carita's door with the flowers, and on guard is in front. You got the map, right? Were there flowers on both sides?
So that's specifically what I was bringing up to remember, and there's way more flowers on Juan's side.
Okay, even though En Garde is the most popular one.
Yes. So when we walked in and we were standing here looking at this, we saw all these flowers and bears inside his room, and this side didn't have as much stuff.
Okay.
And technically, he's supposed to be more popular, and thus he didn't have much reason to kill him, is what we've established. But there was a bunch of flowers on this side of the hallway.
Okay.
Now, I would once again go back and say, well, hold on. You're looking at this detail, and then we're looking at that detail. A big obvious one is always, where's the blood? Right? That's a big old detail. Beyond that, you can't really get a good look at the arm or the weapon. But is there anything else that looks off? Let's take a look.
That's good.
We're not seeing missing symbols.
The 3 symbols.
Like the blood, to me, is the most standout point. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Phone call. Okay. What was I saying? I was saying that I feel like the thing that comes to mind when these moments occur is like previous cases as well. It was like, where's the blood spatter? Has come up before. They're not really making a huge issue of it. There's blood on the victim, on the button from the victim's costume, but that's not coming from his costume, right? Then there's the actual like accessories. There's the hakama. If we go back, take a look again. Yeah. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
You really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo? Then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well... Find something was wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't you take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? All your life.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, then that would be one thing. However, you can't.
And what does that mean?
The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard.
What is the meaning of this?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate. With actual fact, that is.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks? You can see his socks.
Correct. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant.
Wow, holy crap, that guy's good.
All right. I think I've turned things around for myself this time.
That's curious.
Huh? What is?
Edgeworth is unusually calm today.
That's true.
He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride.
Along for the ride? What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
Doesn't feel under attack? And I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Bat en Garde, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Mat en Garde. In that case,
Then who?
who is this a photo of?
The real culprit. Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume?
Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think?
Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Adrian Andrews?
You want to know who that Nickel Samurai is? It's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. On Guard's room. Finally, she had dinner with On Guard that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. On Guard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife I would use as a murder weapon?
Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright?
I have to do this now. My last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Oh, order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development.
Yeah, you're not gonna make a... He probably found the body and is still sympathetic. You don't make us sympathetic to her that way and then swap it up on that. It's not an acro situation.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright, this is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day.
One more day. Ah! I don't get a verdict today. And Maya.
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Objection!
Now then.
Objection!
Huh?
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
What the I can't do that. I have morals and ethics. What?
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright should slave his way to subpoenaing, whatever. Subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all...
It written out like that, it is weird to read it.
God damn.
Give someone a subpoena.
That's like a flipped word to me. Like,
happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
Hey! What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. He is the next witness.
You preemptively set her up to be pre-programmed. Anticipated your catch, anticipated your fucking pace, but you took a little too long to get there. I'm already ahead of you.
Slowpoke.
Catch up. Catch up. Everything was planned out in advance by that man.
Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly.
Well played.
Very well. We will call the next witness.
Keikaku Dori. Now, the real question
However,
is, can we get out of this testimony with her privacy intact? With tact, for that matter. Intact with tact.
that remains to be proven.
Let's see how the game can do this.
Before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. Court will now take a 10-minute recess. Damn.
It ain't likely, but it would be pretty sick if we got through the whole trial and never had to bring it up. And she just kind of gives you like a thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be very, very
That
sick.
would be fire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the game is operating there, but I would be really impressed if it did.
How it goes.
We're operating on old bag time. On old bag turf. We're on an old bag level. Yeah.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool. And collected Adrian Andrews.
Bruh, she's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull it off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her, dude.
So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time.
See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama, dude. Your hakama. You planted that blood-covered button in your hakama.
Oh, because she was the one that came to wake me up.
Not the hakama.
Then, dude, you're saying it really was her?
Yeah. She's the real killer, dude. He's the one who murdered Juan Corrida.
But why? I thought she was buzzed with Juan.
Had her own agenda, dude.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
Sure, you'll see by the time the trial's over, dude. Bruh.
Dude.
Brosif.
Bro.
You'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. You'll be back to surfing tasty waves in no time.
Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
You got it.
Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right?
I do, yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts for her strength and reason to live. Then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. God damn, you are straight out of the 70s jumping into a robot. Sounds like she left a suicide note on the person thought to have hidden it.
Is Juan Corrida the victim of this murder?
And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Miss Corrida. I'll have to get that suicide note back.
That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts.
Edgeworth did. It was Edgeworth.
It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Mia's getting like tons of death time on camera.
Yeah.
I have to say, she's just chilling. Like she's grabbing lunch, you know, using the bathroom, like taking 5, catching up with the news, going, "Oh, what's going on?"
Yeah.
The Knicks, you know, like she's just chilling
Phoenix, really?
beyond the grave, while Pearls is like, "Oh."
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Subpoenaed.
Yeah.
God
It's
damn.
when you serve somebody the paper,
Yeah,
you go
yeah.
like, you know, you've been served.
Yeah. Subpoena, I'm like, okay, and then you add like suffixes to it,
Subpoenea.
and then
Yeah.
I'm like,
Subponead.
yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a lot of vowels.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm like, subpoena, okay, and then you add like ed, ed, and then
Then
eng at the end, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is a little bit of conjugation a problem, monsieur?
It's just a lot of words that I don't use at the same time.
Monsieur Gaston?
God damn it.
Avec la bécherelle?
It's just, you know, it's like
Or is it le? Is it le or is it la? I forget which one it
Oh,
was.
shut up. It's a freaking weird word.
Yeah,
man.
well, maybe we should translate it into more than perfect tense.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room.
And the card.
What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Angard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yeah, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim.
Oh, who, us? What? The crowd? No! What? Hey, come on now. Everyone deserves their privacy. Leans in. Oh?
After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
Oh, no, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland.
You ever see an entire room full of people scratching the back of their heads? looking around, looking at the ceiling? If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of Fisher.
But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
Hi! I called you a killer.
Yeah, it did happen.
I'm on layer 2. Sorry. Trying to get to Yomi layer 5. It's hard. There's a lot of different ways to tech in this game.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
Witness testimony.
When I found the body.
I said, oh shit! Well,
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
You poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match.
Yeah, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontation. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on her on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand?
AKA, she's not a cartoon character. She's a real person on the stand. She's not a clown or a fucking sushi salesman or a cowboy or a parrot. You actually have to talk to her and find out what you can by being a lawyer.
And rush that shit down. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt in his room.
The highest possible difficulty of Phoenix Wright case. A regular person. Holy shit!
Now hold on. And what was Mr. On Guard doing at the time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. On Guard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? It? What are you... Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Angard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. After that, I went to Juan's room.
And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture. Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
The show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon? What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? Perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim?
Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time.
Get her to talk about a short time.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? And there was his dead body. I was in shock.
You were in shock.
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Sanchez is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked.
I suppose you would know.
Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or...
I see. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in a crime scene photo.
This is the photo you were referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest.
And the guitar case was like this too?
Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it, did you?
Huh?
There was no lip marks on this, even on this wine glass, to suggest anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida,
You were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind. It's no big deal.
What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that you said, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of a glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case.
So there was your sign of a struggle, or lack thereof. And hence, no massive blood spatter, because that was done to the corpse. He was choked out.
Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
Huh. Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over, where it fell onto the guitar case.
What kind of flower vase was it?
It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase.
That's odd. But she was always in total control of herself.
That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality.
Sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony.
I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. There's only one way. The only way to make her is to
keep on the offensive and not let up.
The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence.
Find something. Just have to. For Maya's sake. Wow, that is so refreshing compared to "Don't press the clown! Don't press the clown!"
We're so far from that.
Holy shit.
Getting further away by
God damn it. We're actually being lawyers. How about that?
Yeah.
Went to get Matt. Went to Juan's room. Shock. What I saw was the same as the crime scene photo.
Except the vase on the table.
Except, yeah. Why you always lying? Okay. Do you want me to go about it this way? Or, let me see. We can go about it this way. I feel like the game could fuck me on this, so I'll try both.
There's one thing that caught my eye.
Yeah?
She poured herself a glass,
The sealed bottle.
yet the bottle seemed particularly full to me.
It did. I thought about that too when I looked at it, and the picture that they show you, which is, you can see it's in the little moment with her, but you can also see this here. It's like type of it's like, yeah, that's a lot. That's the displacement from here to here ain't right. I did consider that as well.
Yeah. I don't know what they want, but
no, it crossed my mind, but I'm like, this game has been up your ass about much finer details as well. But I think the most pronounced one at this particular moment in this juncture is much more obvious. The fuck is up with the fucking guitar case then? You testified that you knocked over the flower vase, correct?
yes.
Are you sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
Not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, then the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Shit was open. Furthermore, there's only one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Why wouldn't her fingerprints be on it? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase were scattered on the floor.
And what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case.
Ooh. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over?
Case closed.
Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. He did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all.
That may very well be. However, the empty case does seem to have relation to it.
Seems that there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case?
Always. Please let me testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you.
I can't believe I'm doing this either. As Edgeworth performs for his audience of one. Even though he's lined up the next fucking witness for you and everything.
Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor.
This testimony.
Guitar case.
Actually, I think it's pronounced Kos.
I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, I don't know.
That's it? That's all you got?
It looks like this really wasn't an important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination, please.
Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
Anyway, cross-examination. The guitar costs.
I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed.
Uh-huh. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind?
Well, you see,
Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case?
he's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not.
Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over.
And so you opened the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe. Yes or no?
Why are you being dodgy? I say while I'm being dodgy about this whole case. Why did you open the guitar case?
Huh?
Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you'd do is call for help, not open the guitar case.
As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed.
And confused.
Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic, it's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all.
But was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry.
As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
Not gonna get anywhere. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try.
Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but
She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance.
yeah. I got a weapon to hit her with.
I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
Right, so yeah, this would be the statement.
Objection!
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
Oh,
What is it, Miss Andrews?
you shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
What do you mean?
What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at that time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
That's strange. You're wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange?
Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
What the fuck are we talking about? I have your proof right here. It's the wine glass.
The wine glass?
You left your fingerprints clearly on the wine glass.
Oh.
Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself the glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh shit! Replacement glasses!
Damn. Order! Order! Order!
Looks like you've hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean?
I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here.
But this case is empty.
I wonder if it really was empty, though.
The guitar. Bright red guitar was at the studio.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright... what was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar.
Clearly. You don't mean... It was the bright white guitar? Wait, no, that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into its misguided...
Stop making excuses for lies. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it's wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
Bright red guitar not being the only thing.
Who would put something that's not a guitar in a guitar case? That's crazy.
No.
It's preposterous.
Would never happen.
Harumph, bah, and humbug, I say.
You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar...
So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right?
I wouldn't say something if I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder?
Oh, look at that light jab he's throwing at us. Hitting us with a fucking 5 frames. Pop, pop. Love tap. Well, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one?
Why, Mr. Wright? Why?
Well, I just thought it might have been possible. No.
I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be?
Yes, and never bring it out again.
Can a foolishly foolish fool get some love?
Do you still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Okay, so this is a leap. You want us to make a leap. I feel like the hidden note was the most likely thing based on the fact that she was looking for it. But if that's not where we're going...
The note?
Yeah, whatchamacallit, Andrews wants Imp Celeste's, suicide note because it was hidden. Because Juan hid it. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm just going, if she walked into this room trying to get close to him, looking for something in this relationship, the thing that she would be combing the room for would be the suicide note
From Celeste?
yeah the thing that was hidden that she wants from him,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, yeah.
So I'm surprised that that was not the case here, because I feel like that's the most direct intention thing. But if that is not what it is, then this is something that would have, like, he got strangled first, the stabbing could have happened afterwards. There's no reason for that to be in the case necessarily. If you're going with the idea that she walked in on a murder that already took place and the killer is involved, then you could jump to to some sort of, like, you know, conclusion on that. But this was stolen by Old Bag. Like, no. Damn, that went a bit further back than I thought.
Objection!
Yeah, like, there's no thread that we've been connected to on the guitar case, like, secret contents just yet.
No.
And of the evidence we have, we've got the suspicious The Killer shit, which, as we can see, is not related. And then the camera from Old Bag. So I'm quite shocked that it's not the suicide note. Unless this is a more roundabout way of getting there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Objection! Objection!
Hello, we're on topic. First calling you out on your bullshit. What else?
Just saved it right there. What? Like, what the actual fuck, then? The murder weapon is in his chest. This is in the body. That's in the pockets. Human beings are too small to fit into a guitar case. This is a photo. This is a ticket.
Good. Confess something.
That had nothing to do with anything that would not be there. This is just a ticket to the show that we got.
Confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. The Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess, not
yes,
Juan.
someone dressed up as the Nickel Samurai, not Matt, because he didn't know what was going on. We got this from Gumshoe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not this piece of paper, this ticket. That's all I'm saying. We don't know enough about the killer and what he's doing and what's going on to assume that there was some sort of radio transceiver like this one inside that case. This was in the possession of Old Bag. As far as we know,
Yeah.
we just established. This is just a story that we got from Edgeworth. It's not a piece that he'd be holding on to for any reason. This is the map. This is the case itself. This is the juice. This is the photo of the crime scene.
Which is definitely not bad.
This we just established is related to the actual tampering with the body. This is what I thought it was. This failed. This is... She had this? Was it this? No, that doesn't make sense either, right? That would be really, really weird. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna have to do this again, and I'm gonna have to save it right before that occurs. But you follow my logic,
I'm
right?
not sure what to present at this.
Yeah. You. As long as you follow where I'm going with the thought process here.
I don't know.
Strange. Yeah. Just do this real quick. And there's not enough evidence to really... Like, every once in a while I'm used to these cases having a, like, you gotta leap, right? And then there's a moment of, like, bluff.
Yeah.
This doesn't appear to be a bluff moment. This appears to be a, like, no, do the thing. I'm a bit perturbed. Let's see. Very strange.
Laura was in this too. This was empty, but it might not have been empty.
I was gonna wait for the judge to make his joke, but I'll just do it here because I don't remember how many more lines there are. I go until that happens.
I think Edgy gets a few lines after this.
Why the case has anything to do with the murder?
What is going on? What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Oh. So, do you think maybe the costume?
I thought about the costume, but I did think about the costume, but the costume itself is not a piece of evidence. So
Okay,
like is it presenting the photo to as a stand-in for the costume?
Oh, we're trying things. This is a photograph.
I get excuse me, I guess that's one way to do it. Like I did think about that. I did think about the costume as a thing, but then I was thinking like, okay, not its own item. What's important is what's in the picture, Your Honor.
In this picture.
Doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. So she walked in, put the glass down, put the costume on, and walked out.
What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
And perhaps he had this suit to begin with because he was going to be doing the show announcement surreptitiously without Matt's knowledge. Juan was going to dress up and go on stage and take it and pretend to be Matt.
Right. Are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
An insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews?
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix.
Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Gameplay.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt and guards. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places?
I wonder how hard a game would be if it were lawyering, Phoenix Wright style, but not in a Animaniacs universe. Like
real...
A realistic, actually put your defense together and prove the shit. Right. Would it be like unfun levels of difficult? I kind of wonder, because I feel like LA Noire is this really great game that like lets you do investigations into like, you know, the detective level beforehand by talking to people and seeing if they're lying and everything. And I think you can like gamify the process, but I would be curious to see what that would be like if you had to like, you know, do this in a context that was even more serious and piecing threads together with like fine details. Because the other choice you have of lawyer game is Harvey Birdman, which is even sillier.
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this nickel samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was stolen from On Guard. I think it may have been stolen.
Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing?
Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, Mr. On Guard would have been forced to go naked. What? The fuck?
Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out for making a mockery of this court.
That was a canon answer, by the way.
Excuse me?
Mr. Matt On Guard did not take his costume off.
You'd like to see that, wouldn't you, Miles? That's neither here nor there.
He
Unfortunately.
even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct?
Ah, yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he?
That's what I thought. Let's try that one more time, shall we, Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this nickel samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was a spare costume. Damn, that wasn't a canon answer. Mr. On Guard didn't take his costume off during the break period.
You wish there was a canon answer.
Well, then the height was still wrong. Costume we're talking about was a spare one.
What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 nickel samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jamin ninja. Why would he secretly bring the nickel samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the nickel samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you.
Alright. This is what I think. The reason the victim brought the nickel samurai spare costume to the hotel was...
What is this?
On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the nickel samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the nickel samurai was supposed to confess to something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea what was supposed to be holding. He was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yes. Spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the quote-unquote nickel samurai.
He was going to dress up as the nickel samurai and hold a conference?
I, the nickel samurai, or I'm a big dumb poopy head? I couldn't hold a candle to the Jammin' Ninja. I'm jealous of him and his huge dong. I wish I could get the ratings he gets. Alas, I just suck too much. My moves are garbage. My shit is ass, dog. You held a press conference for that?
Crazy. But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference.
Right? The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
Means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, is going to speak about Matt on guard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Also, how good is his impression?
Yeah, you'd have to make it look good, make it sound good. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Let's go.
Y'all full of shit. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year.
Your Honor, it be your own.
It truly do be your own.
It do be. It sustained. It do be your own.
And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What? I, the Nickel Samurai, am on the list. Have a good night. No follow-up questions.
No questions? What do you mean no questions?
No follow-up questions.
Oh my god. And do you know what the secret of Mr. On Guard is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see.
The funny part is that technically the first case in Phoenix Wright 1 does have a list.
Yeah.
Go back to that list of names and see who's on it.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone.
Yo, wouldn't that be so sick if a case in a future game had one of the names on that? Anyway. That'd be some Zelda timeline type of shit.
But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. On Guard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
His testimony.
Protecting Matt.
From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with his testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright.
Somehow everything swung in the opposite end of the scale again. I have to put my weight into the neurologic upside. Cross-examination.
Protecting Matt.
The moment I saw the crime scene, I had the feeling that Matt was the murderer.
Would you say that this was your intuition speaking to you?
Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things true, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
Didn't teach us that in school. At least not from what I remember.
May I continue now?
Cape, silk hat, white roses?
Oh, God damn it. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what.
Would you say that this need came from the press conference?
Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt and Guard.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
Anyway, the important thing here is that the information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, aren't we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right.
Has Mr. On Guard done something to hurt or betray you personally?
Why do you ask?
You were the one who helped Mr. Corrida with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. On Guard, yet you still helped out.
The person on trial right now is Mr. On Guard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had the motive to kill.
Why do I keep...
And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder.
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? You're telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. On Guard?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
That's just glaring straight at Mia.
He's glaring at you, smart guy.
Doesn't even see her. You'd think he would. You'd think he'd notice a whole lot of Mia, actually.
My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button of the knife.
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be clever camouflage.
Then, what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
Goodness, Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes.
She read my mind. That was a thought.
Damn.
That was inside my brain.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
Double revision.
No.
Interesting.
That button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt.
His fight, you say? And how do you know that?
When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard.
Heard that before too. Why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail?
Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not.
But I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what?
But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. On-Guard at any time. Why, then, would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corrida planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. On-Guard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will toward the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please, stop slandering the witness.
I'm not slandering, I'm badgering. As expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid.
Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy? Guess we'll see if I press a little more.
You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
Got it, Chief. I'll pin you down this time, Miss Andrews.
I'll leave her wrong.
The double revision is new. Telegraphed red herring. Okay, so we have the button, and we have the revised motive. Let's see. This is one way to go about it. Let me see, let me just press this button. Yeah, okay.
Not like that.
Okay, so if we're not going for the actual cause of death, this doesn't directly point at it, though. Yeah. Let's see. Is it gonna do it this way? I don't see. I don't imagine it would. No. No, it wouldn't go about it that way. So, if the game really doesn't care about that aspect,
About the fight that might have not happened or something?
well, he got choked out. The stabbing and everything to do with the stabbing
Happened
is
after.
all a forgery of the it's all a setup, right? So you had a dead body that she then walked in, saw, and is now trying to massage.
including stabbing after the fact, grabbing pieces of evidence, etc. The ripoff. But if the oh. Stupid. There we go.
Objection!
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah. The actual autopsy report, not the photo of it. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf.
Strangulation?
The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume. When?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly. Which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off by the victim's already dead body.
Order! Order! What is the meaning of... What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button turned off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
We now know that this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it?
Pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It's to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. Right, Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course.
And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright? Who in the world is the real killer, then? Who done it?
Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end.
The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard, is... That's pretty dark, if so.
Right. Which one of these four doesn't belong here? Up, down, left, right?
Right?
Thank you. I feel much better. I'm relieved to know you can at least pick that much out. I worry about you. You seem to fail every time you try to make logical sense. Or in other words, think before you speak, Phoenix.
Sorry. Okay.
I also thought about, you know, the erotic asphyxiation. But,
yeah, choke jerk.
Yeah.
A good old choke jerk went wrong.
I thought it would have been a good reason for...
It has to be amazing.
Try safe face. You know?
It has to, like, the fact that people are dying left and right, going for it, knowing how risky it is... It's gotta be like higher than the meth high.
It's crazy.
It's gotta be like fed straight to the fucking veins.
Get some supervision at least. Come on.
It's gotta be like trank.
No?
Like I can't believe how possible. Like that nut must be like I'm seeing God if you're putting your life on the line for it.
Yep. That drug hits different. That's why they should have like safe choke jerk sites around the city, you know?
Yep.
Not let people do that willy-nilly without any supervision.
Again, the device that disconnects itself automatically after 5 minutes unless you press a keep it locked button.
A timer, you know?
Self-release. In OSHA, they have the red button that you have to press. Like you turn the key and then there's like an auto safety device thing for certain machines where you have to put your foot on it to operate it, and the moment that lets go, it stops.
That's smart. Yeah.
I'm telling you. Auto release on the choke jerk unless you say, no, keep it going.
No, keep it going. Yeah. You need to be conscious enough to do the decision of keeping it going.
5-minute intervals.
There you go.
Couldn't possibly be anything better in the world. For a second, I was playing with the idea that he's like, I lost and I'm gonna fuck you over. And she walked in on that. But then that doesn't really explain him planning to use the fake costume and do the whole bit. Because if his final revenge was, haha, I'm framing you, then that plan falls apart. The other problem is that the killer is not someone in this list, right? Quote unquote, whatever the deal might be with that. Now we got to think outside the box. That's a weird way to go with it, most certainly. And I don't think that this is going to stand in place of that, unless it literally does. That'd be weird. Let's find out. No. Yeah, no.
So, is it time? Are we shoving Sarah Bryant?
Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Corrida's killer.
What? Order! 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 Mr. Wright!
Maybe I'm just completely off, but I don't believe it.
You don't believe it's her?
I believe there's more going on here. I think there's, and maybe it's going too far with the whole kidnapping and stuff. Maybe I'm going past with the framing of where Phoenix is supposed to be right now. But I don't believe it.
This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews.
How preposterous.
Yeah, we're supposed to...
You can't stick any of that on me.
We're supposed to follow at Phoenix's pace and not shoot past it. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me?
Then what about this knife?
The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion on Mr. On Guard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him, who knew which knife to take, was you.
Then what about the button that was found in Matt's hakama?
This button was removed from the victim's body after he'd already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found the body or the killer. Notice the distinction between the two in this sentence.
Yes. For now.
For now.
Yeah.
But it is a thing that the game is doing. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such an incriminating evidence in his own hakama.
How many pairs of glasses do you have?
The glasses dimension. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's hakama
the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. And what about the empty guitar case?
Also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. Yeah. I mean, you know, blow my ass up on it, but I'm like, yeah, I kicked the body, and I pissed on it, and I stole his shoes and his wallet, and I went on a spending spree. But I didn't actually kill the motherfucker.
It was already like that.
You know? That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews.
No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right.
No, it's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Sandra's purposely left the fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this Nickel Samurai is Mr. Ongar. He'd be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Oh, you bought in. You're in.
Oh.
Okay, we'll see. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, aren't you?
Please, stop.
I'm 5'2". Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Louder this time.
Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify.
The fifth? What was that?
There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves.
The Fifth Amendment exists in this world. That's fucking nuts. Of all the things to take into the world of Phoenix Wright, pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Thinking back to yesterday, Miss Sony, what does that say in Japanese? What do they use in place of plea? Because they just translated this game into English and used the pleading the fifth as the American exception to get to self-incrimination. What would the Japanese translation for that be? I'm really curious.
Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right.
That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea in her head. She must have told Mr. Andrews not to testify if things looked bad.
Damn. Francisca's still acting.
Sure.
Still influencing this. Even though she got shot.
By who, Reggie?
No, I will not entertain this idea.
But that's my point. The reason why I don't buy it is because someone willing to shoot a lawyer outside of this courtroom still exists. So this is all fucking tiddlywinks. Don't get caught in the game.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix.
But there is still one thing you haven't done.
Oh wait, we got high on elevator gas. And who knows where the bullet went? I think I haven't done.
What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence.
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial evidence.
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof.
You're circumcised. What?
I'm not.
Huh?
Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida?
I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But Miss Andrews,
If.
if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
If.
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way.
F.
Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
Before. No! He's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what do we do?
Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof.
Therefore, we go ahead and murder the person that was on the defendant? You, like, get the fuck out of here. But that's not true.
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Okay. Recess.
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have it tomorrow. We don't get a not guilty verdict today, then. Please wait, Your Honor. It's not necessary. Oh, the trial. Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Line up the next one. Line it up.
It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination.
But we can keep asking.
However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions...
Music cuts.
I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify?
Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again.
as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him.
Yeah, that is the most defensive prosecution I've ever seen.
Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
See, because the other way to go about that, like realistically, when someone just says, I plead the fifth endlessly, is you just hit them with the congressional hearing approach, right? Which is essentially, okay, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your honor, everyone, you're looking at a belligerent witness or a person who is not willing to participate in getting to the truth here.
Okay.
So we will still ask our questions and frame the situation as we need to, and let the record show that they do not want to participate or answer any of these questions. But you proceed anyway, and like you put that on record.
Okay.
You know, and if there's a jury that has to make a decision based on things, that non-answer still gets taken into account. It's not sometimes there are things where they'll be like, you're not allowed to think about this when you know, going to make your decision. That's not one of those things. Your non-answer absolutely gets taken into account. So that's one way to go about it, but this is another. That's a pretty sick, sly way to go, I gotta say. Good shit, Miles.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
You know, if you're like a grieving family member and then you're like, I'm not answering that. It's like, do you not want the answer to who murdered your family?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it can be more than a bad look. Like that is still relevant. Okay. I'm going to save right here because
We'll be right back, Andrews.
the case continues, and clearly there's no actual logical breaking point because this is breakneck speeds to the end. So, shit's heating up. But yet again, I say, that's bullshit, and I don't believe it.
You don't believe it.
That's bullshit, and I don't believe it.
Looking forward to the next time.
The final boss of Phoenix Wright. A real person. Kind of incredible. You. All right. Don presses buttons. How you doing? How would you go about developing the drive to grind rank matches if you've never needed to have a title as proof of your skill in fighting games? So for me, that's a pretty good question, and that's a healthy mentality to have, and I think you should keep that up. Play with friends, take it to your locals, do what you got to do. If you've never had the need for a title of, whatever score or whatever number to be associated to feel good about you playing these, you're already winning. To develop the drive, however, I can tell you, because this is something that I definitely did. I go into ranked looking for matchups and matchup knowledge, right? So I'll have theories about like a character that I feel weak against, or I'll have ideas, somebody that I think I'm going to be facing, and I'll sometimes do a session specifically trying to suss that information out, looking to see if you run into that character, right? Or things about yourself. So for example, something with Marissa that I remember doing was like trying to get better at anti-airing with her because she's so hard to anti-air with. The biggest weakness of her kit is the fact that she has bad anti-air options. So learning how to jump medium, punch, learning how to do the dim mac, EX dim mac, or land an early crouching fierce are all really slow, but those are her only choices. Getting better at that, I'd go online being like, my goal today is to land this on people jumping in. So training against the computer or training against a dummy for a while, it was, you can set the actions to be useful, but like real matches against real people with real tendencies, way better. In the matchup specific version of that I'm describing is I'd go online and I'd be like, okay, I fucking hate Honda and he's an asshole, but a lot of Hondas have one brain cell and tend to play one way. So the next time I come across a flowchart Honda, I'm going to, every time he does a butt slam, jump back and catch him in the air with air medium. And that is something that you can do, except for when he does an EX. So this is what you should do, I think. You want to go online, get ranked, games going. But you want to motivate yourself to give a fuck. Give yourself a side quest that'll improve your play, be it improving a matchup knowledge situation or improving something about the way you play in particular. I think if you go into ranked with a side quest, who cares whether you win or lose? Who cares what the number says or what the title says? You know for that night how you're set. Curious Bichon, how you doing? Hey, Wolves and Reg, hope you are doing well. Have you seen the latest trailer for Human Vapor yet?
I'm not sure what that is.
No.
Human Vapor, huh?
There's a 1960 film, and then I guess there's a Netflix remake.
As a series or as a movie?
One season, a series.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never heard of this. Take a look. KYH9, how you doing? Thank you for the support. Always a pleasure. So Nvidia is funny because they're predicting the bubble pop soon, since their line of chips, RTX Spark, are for normal consumers and designed to run AI locally. No use for such a thing if you're all in on data center GPU racks. Oh yeah, interesting. I didn't know about that. They're specifically gearing up for a consumer based local AI. Hard.
Not gonna last.
We'll see how that goes. Not if the fucking scalpers have anything to say about it, but also, does the consumer really give a shit about that? All right, and then we answered the super chats on the side. Yeah, perfect. How's it going?
All right, we're done for today. You can check us out on YouTube. The name of the channel is WoolieVersus. We have the latest episode of FF14 featuring Pat Stares At. Joe Guns actually does the tutorials. There's also some Phoenix Wright coming your way. The last episode being Zero Shit Samus. And if you want some Castle Super Beast clips, you can check out RGG. You have permission to dumpster all prior Virtua, the team missing there, Virtua Fighter lore, as well as Steam Machine prices fucking expensive, and updated autopsy report regarding the plastic in your balls. There you go.
We're gonna be back tomorrow with the podcast, which is I have that. We're starting later tomorrow. We're starting actually at 5 p.m. I have to update. Yeah, tomorrow podcast at 5, and then Wednesday is going to be Final Fantasy. And then Thursday, something red, something blue, something old, something new. Yeah, I'm gonna try to line things up and we can get it. Something fun. So we're gonna check out something new Saturday. On Thursday, and Saturday as well. The schedule shows FF14 at 6 p.m. Okay, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go fix that right now. what we're gonna do is on Saturday as well, if we can line. Depends on how some replies go, but either way, y'all come hang around for the podcast. I'm 14. Ready to reveal them.
Isn't there like the Avatar beta this week?
Is it this week?
Closed beta coming on July 2nd, which would be on a Thursday.
Okay. Well then, if that's the case, then yeah, we'll do the beta on Saturday.
Okay.
Alongside if something can be around. Yeah, I am waiting on confirmations before I can announce things.
I see.
But also, we can check out the beta.
Yep, it seems to be July 2nd to July 5th.
Ooh. All right.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, peace out.
Thank you.